Okay, so I know I'm supposed to be covering politics today, but politics is so volatile right now that it hurts my soul. It hurts my heart, it hurts my soul. All signs are indicating that probably within the next 7 to 10 days, the United States will be at war. This is coupled with the traditional steak and lobster dinner that you see get given to certain units. It's kind of the writing on the wall. You get fed lobster and steak, you're probably going to war, you're probably deploying. Doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be boots on ground in a hostile country, but it certainly means that you're not going to be at your stateside base. We've begun evacuating non-wartime essential personnel and assets out of certain Middle Eastern bases. We're trying to draw down the footprint of people that could be hurt, could be wounded, that don't really need to be there. It's just painful. It's painful as a veteran to see. So I kind of made the decision that I'm gonna punt on the politics show today. I want to get, some headspace, because I need to make sure that I begin practicing non-bias, non-confirmation bias, non-reinforcing bias. I'm a veteran, so when the dogs of war are barking at the back door and they want to go out, of course every veteran wants to not have any more war. So with that said, I'm gonna shift gears a little bit, and I'm just gonna kind of enjoy Chrono-Odyssey. Chrono-Odyssey, if I'm gonna have my heart broken today, I want my heart broken by an MMO either coming out and not being good, or coming out from Cacao and being pay to win. When we first heard about Cacao Games being the publisher for Chrono-Odyssey, I was apprehensive, because Cacao Games has a rightfully earned reputation for introducing pay to win. And Cacao Games introduces pay to win in a way that is kind of frustrating for the players. If you remember all the way back where players first kind of like introduction, BDO and the logic and the discussion of the ghillie suit not being pay to win. Pay to win has like a really wide definition. And gamers, we debate among ourselves what pay to win is or what pay to win isn't. And the problem with that is we really should just, I wish I could snap my fingers and make gamers be reasonable, but I can't. We should be talking about, well, why do you see it that way? Why don't you see it my way? But that would be like reasonable expectations and like adult conversation, which we simply don't have. So with that, I'm gonna dive in myself to see if there is rampant pay to win. I highly doubt there will be any in the beta. It would be very ill-advised during a beta for a company to throw in that that pay to win aspect. So we'll take a look. I do like this. One thing that I see right off the bat is I like the idea of clean, neat server introduction. The fact that, break it out. I would actually like to see them benchmark Square Enix's model, where it does incur a little bit of extra cost, but you have from the launcher, you would launch Chrono-Odyssey NA, Chrono-Odyssey Europe, Chrono-Odyssey Asia, so that if an authentication server is down, say in Asia or Europe, it doesn't throw the whole thing out of whack. That's just one thing, I like those best practices. Another thing, and I know this is petty, and I get it, I am being petty, but attention to detail. 3, 2, 1, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 48, 40, 47. Please, let's be logical and let's number them in order. Now, I have talked to a developer in the past, and I've been given a really good answer for why they're sometimes not in numerical order. And a developer told me once that sometimes they show them during launch in a randomized order so that not everybody is going to the one at the top or at the bottom. And if that is the case, then that is organized chaos. After launch, please put them in numerical order. Since obviously 3, 2, 1 are red, all these are yellow, we're gonna go to lucky number 45. Why 45? Because I am 45. Alrighty. And the cutscene in the beginning of the game, I don't like to spoil the cutscenes. It was pretty good. It was pretty solid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so looks like 7 classes for a game, or 7 character slots for a game with 6 classes. I can get down with that. I always like them arranged by server pop. I agree with you. Arranging them by server population could be a good thing to do after launch. But during launch, what you don't want to do is you don't want to create graveyards. Because if you create graveyards right off the bat, then you're going to actually hurt your game a lot more. Because remember, what's one of the things we say as players, that one of the most damaging things to happen to MMORPGs, number one, when it comes to server management, I mean, there's like a list a mile long of things that are terrible, but number one is fresh start servers, because fresh start servers absolutely kill off any fresh blood going to any other server. And then number 2 is server merges. Now, server merges in a game like Chrono-Odyssey, and again, if you notice my go live notification, I haven't done my homework. I haven't studied this game ad nauseum like I have like Arcade, Ashes of Creation, PAX Dei for a little bit. Like, I don't have all the answers. Once Human, I don't have all the answers to this game. But I haven't been told about meaningful player management of territory in the open world. And so that would be, for example, there's no open world housing. So if you have a game that doesn't have open world housing, where the player doesn't actually lose anything if you do a server merge, then a server merge isn't exactly like the worst thing that can happen. But fresh start servers absolutely are. And I did see on the list, I didn't see any territory control. I did do a cursory swap, or a swap. I did do a cursory look this morning. What's up, Penfit? It looks like there's 5-player dungeon, 10-player raids. There's solo chrono gates. It looks like there is PvP versus PvP, PvPvE in Eden, and there's also optional PvP zones. I didn't see anything about territory control, which makes it okay. I wonder if your character gets locked to the specific server you pick. I would imagine, based on the limited piece that we saw, that yes, your character is locked to a specific server. I wouldn't, based on the layout. Why are you not? I would not imagine that you have free reign to move about the country. That would be my interpretation. And to be honest, I know a lot of players don't like this locked in to a single server sort of deal. But in a lot of ways it is healthy. In a lot of ways it is good for the game. It doesn't have to be. Chrono Odyssey might be a game that can survive without that lock-in. You'll give me just one more second. I'm trying to troubleshoot something real quickly. I am. It's always my biggest concern is that the game already looks like a single player with co-op, little to no MMO aspects. Looking at the number of servers for beta, it looks like it might be a small population, small population servers. Let me see if I can find that answer real quick, because we might be able to get it. No published hard caps. So, yeah, there is no published hard cap for the servers. I do have the standard concern though, and the standard concern is always, we know that we have the time-honored favorites. We have Assassin, we have Berserker, Paladin, Ranger, Sorcerer, and Swordsman. So the concern always comes in, what's the PvP balance going to look like? And I don't believe the developers have ever said what their vision is. Is their vision RPS balancing? Is their vision wild environment? Anybody at max level can beat anybody? Do they have the vision of you will have hard counters? What Ralm said is that in a game that looks like a single player with co-op, you really don't want to be operating on the idea of hard counters, because then you have people that are always going to lose. In a game like Arcade or EVE Online, where things are more team orientated, then having hard counters is okay, because then that game develops a strategic level. If we're doing this open world content and we know they're mage heavy, do we go ranger heavy? Do we go assassin heavy? But in a solo player game, it gets really boring if you're the one sorcerer on a server and there's 99 rogues. So you kind of look like the Berserker, you look like the Swordman, you look like, or you might be the Paladin, you might be the Swordsman. You're reading a book. Are you the Sorcerer? You are the Sorcerer. Look at the fucking deductive reasonings of Jalon Holmes here. Specializes in the staff, the manosphere, and the grimoire. Specializes in the saber, the wrist blades, and the musket. Ooh, that's so hard to make a choice then, because I do love me some muskets. Almost makes me want to say, where's the expansion class with the Corsair? Chain blades, wow, man. Chain blades, twin axes, and battle axe. I do love some chain blades too. Lance, halberd, and mace. You're obviously going to be the ranger then. Bow, crossbow, and rapier. Everybody likes a good crossbow. Great sword, sword and shield, and dual blades. That actually confuses me a little bit at launch, or at character creation. First of all, sword and shield on the swordsman and dual blades on the swordsman. You would think that the paladin would get sword and shield, and you would think that the assassin would get dual blades. Maybe wrist blades are dual blading. Oh, this is such a tough choice. We're gonna pop in. We're gonna go with sorcerer. Oh, this class is currently deactivated and will be revealed at launch. So no, we won't. We won't go with Sorcerer. The fuck you will. And you can't go with Assassin either. Those cheeky bastards. So I guess that makes it easy then. I guess I'm gonna go Ranger. Yeah, Berserker looked fun with chain blades. So next up, we know that this is being done in Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine is becoming a powerhouse of character creation. You can do some amazing stuff with Unreal Engine. I mean, I'm not trying to say that you can't do amazing stuff in other engines, because you absolutely can if you take the time. But out of the box, Unreal Engine is so damn strong. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that quality. What, you against oh, there we go. We got a little Viking-esque going on there. Do we want to be Gimli? And do we want to be Legolas? Or do we want to be Aragorn? I like this model as well. I think right here they could have done one more, maybe like tweak over. I like pick your class, pick your preset, pick your body type. Like, don't give me 900 options at one time. And then of course on the third screen they give me 900 options at one time. But that's okay. We can live with it. We got a very kind of narrow face. Biggest issue Unreal Engine specifically has been the decrease in performance of games in general, not only from devs but the engine itself. It feels like it was designed to need an upscaling solution and struggles to go over 100 frames per second native. That right there isn't a drawback of the engine. That right there is a drawback of the engineers that are using the engine, because when you say struggles to go over 100 frames per second native, Unreal Engine has infinite frames per second. If you don't put anything on the white box, if there's nothing there, it has uncapped frames per second. I'm not going to blame the engine for something that's the developer's problem. Expedition 33 runs perfectly on your 5060. I would, can I just say, I would fucking hope so. Not sure I agree, as you see this pattern over many games and studios. Which ones? Whatever happened to Gray, man? He's got a little peppering. Here's the thing, and you've been around my community. I'm not throwing anything directly at you. I'm throwing it at the statement. Don't run around on the internet making a statement like all these games from all these studios have this issue, and then when you get asked what games, be like, I would need time to get a list. If you don't already have the list populated, or know it, or have it in a note in your phone, or have it in a file on your desktop for easy cutting pasting, you shouldn't be making a statement, because now you've made a statement that you can't back up. And I do this to everybody. Don't make statements you can't back up. Either you can back it up or you can't. And right now you can't. So go get the list. That's a little scar. That's a weird scar. These are really weird scars. Did you get in a fight with Kitty? He was late feeding Kitty this morning. Kitty got angry. You might pull the trigger on Dune. I have a copy of Dune. Oh, size. Well, there we go. There we go. Do I make head lore for my characters? What I will say, oh yeah, here, there we go. I do try to make like a slight background story in my own head for my characters, so that I can feel like a connection. Like for those of you that have ever seen one of my Crusader Kings 3 campaigns, my Maz Arabic Viking who invades Southern Ireland. What the fuck is the backstory here? Oh, sign me up for this right here. I'll take that. I know I don't get to pick it, but I will. This feature right here is something that more developers need to get into. I would go so far, and I know some of you are going to say, Jay, get the fuck through the character creator. There's so much to be learned about a game in the character creator. And let me say this. Imagine if instead of equipment 1, equipment 2, equipment 3, and equipment 4. Imagine if underneath equipment 4, it gave you a little blurb about where this gear is obtained. If you told me this is where this gear is obtained, this is where this gear is obtained, this is where this gear is obtained, I'll tell you right now, if you put a blurb on this page telling me where this gear is obtained, you now have me hooked because I want that look for my character. And don't tell me to fucking cash shop. So, if you told me that right now, you'd have me hooked as a player. How many hours is it going to take? What level is it? What dungeon is it? What raid is it? I want that set. I'm getting ready to put together a guild. I'm getting ready to put together a running crew. Sentinel name. Okay, I like it. You couldn't get me to uninstall the game faster if they used paid skins for the character customization preview. I will go to the middle with you. As long as they designated it on the I don't think it's a good idea. I think it's a bad idea. But it could be a good idea if they show like 7 sets from in-game, gave you the little blurbs, and they were amazing sets, and then they showed you the cash shop and they were no better. But then here we run into a problem because we run into subjectivity. When you say no better, no worse,
at last, we'll soon be rid of this mess.
A relic that reverts time. To think we've come this far chasing mere myth.
Tails, fucking hell. As if there was another choice. No allies, kin. We've not left to lose.
Soldiers, we move to secure the relic. Ready yourselves. Balder, join me at the front.
Why am I taking orders from Peter Pan meets Joan of Arc?
Get her! 'Tis an ambush! Grab your arms. We must find Etheldrada.
Oh. Because dogs. Big fucking dogs. Okay.
I hope Etheldrada's okay. We must hold the line.
This is where a game is gonna fall flat. Look at how many icons just shit themselves onto my screen at one time. This is an example of very, very bad Asian game design. This is where one of the most important things I talk about is the player retention and player acquisition and player retention, and that is done through your tutorial. And this is bad. And right there you can see that there is soft lock action, so I don't think action fans are gonna be, well, no, it's not really, because it's floating lock. It's not really lock. Lock would be if I locked on him, then he would become my center and I would pivot around him. But it doesn't do that. So I'm gonna have to look in. I might be the idiot that doesn't understand. And no point in staying here because you don't get any XP. Oh, you do center around him. Okay, just not very tightly.
Beyond the forest. We must save the captain and securing the relic.
Okay. You try to walk out, and when you walk back in, all the flayers are stunned. Okay. Head towards the ruin. I would have assumed that was the ruin. So it's not the blue dot in front of me, because it tells me not to go there. Or maybe I was supposed to go there. Maybe that's why they all stopped. Oh, that must have been why they all stopped. I was like, why'd you yell at me to not go into the forest? Ghost horse. Did I like totally break the game? Oh, no. Uh-oh.
Still breathing, eh? To think a little sort like you made it this far.
Head to the ruins. Yeah, to the ruins. That's what we're trying to do. Still don't get any XP though. So don't bother killing any of this stuff.
So give him that. What must be in the ruins after all?
How's the melee? Oh, kind of smooth. Oh yeah, pretty smooth. I'm not sure how I feel about F1, F2, F3, F4 keys.
I'll hold off the void here. You head to the captain.
Do not falter! Strike through!
Oh. I'm gonna take a wild stab at something.
One final push!
Somebody's playing with the chrono vector. That's why some of these people are frozen in orange lines. We're about to have the shattering of the time. So this is definitely a game I'm gonna have to bust out the binding manual for the mouse. We're gonna definitely need 1, 2, 3, and 4 bound to the mouse.
Shut the gate! Soldiers, rise! The relic is straight ahead!
It's not a gate. I use a 502 Proteus or a 502 Hero, depending on which computer I'm on. This is the computer I'm on right now is a 502 Hero. Defeat the Void. Uh-oh, we got Void Stalkers. Am I supposed to be scared? I don't know if I'm supposed to be scared of Void Stalkers.
The relic.
Nope, it's not the relic. It's the phone to order your DoorDash. Oh my god, man, don't touch it. Wait, he has magic. Sauron is here. He is an angry guy. I don't particularly care for the way they've chosen to do the camera. The fact that you can back up and end up having the terrain blocking your view. see, when I bet having all that stuff popped in. Yeah, how far back you can zoom. Or more specifically, when I back up against terrain, the camera backs out behind the terrain. So now I have a... Oh, I was getting killed no matter what I did? Okay, cool. We could have just gotten to that a lot sooner.
The void.
We're not doing those creepy
They have
half-moving
claimed
people.
countless worlds. Even so, we still have a chance. The Chronotector is capable of turning back time. I shall return you to the past. Find me there. Bring word that the future has changed.
Go, Link. You must use the Ocarina of Time. ET phone home, bitches. Oh, you sent me back to the land of the dragons. Not cool, man. Not cool. All right, I'm gonna have to work on this later. Does the game look wide? The game is gonna look wide to you because I'm on a widescreen monitor, and yes, I could, yes, I could have OBS automatically recompress it. Oh, it looks, maybe the cutscene? Yeah, maybe. But sometimes, oh, are you talking about where sometimes it like gets, yeah, it could be the game, or it could be part of the problem of being on a widescreen monitor. I run into that. I also hate it when they don't do widescreen cuts and then you have the two black bars. And you're like, well, why did I buy a widescreen monitor if you're gonna do the cuts like that? Meteor crash site. What is this, Stardust? Am I the star? You're the star? Yeah, you're the star. So far the controls are pretty smooth. Now, I do want to put out the preface that most of my community knows. I am not an action game player. I don't do action games. Not my jam.
The Chronotector shall be your strength.
Equipped potions to quick slot. Did you? Because I didn't see you. Where did you equip them? Oh, it wasn't equipped. It was, hey, stupid, do this. Got it. Full screen inventory, sad times. Oh, you don't like full screen inventories? Very slow passive hit point regen. I'm gonna have to rebind that. That being stops me from using the inventory while moving. What? What are you? At ease, soldier. What the fuck are you wasting bolts for? What are you shooting at? This guy's a traitor. He's throwing away all our bolts. This guy's raring to go too. Or he's fishing. There you go. Where in Kronos' name have you been? So where in Time's name have you been? The Gaul, lost your wits. I've had enough of your tomfoolery. Howl all you want, but we've far worse on our hands. I hope the guy in the back is okay. Yeah, that one guy in the back, or those two guys in the back have just been chopping beasts. See that? Damn void are swarming the coast like a broken dam. If we don't put an end to the eye, we're ruined. I've scoured the shore, but there's no safe way to reach the eye. I'll see if there's aught I've missed. You head for the coastal outpost first. Take the path to the cave. 'Tis your safest bet. Kaya should be there as well. Yeah, because let's just leave these guys out here by themselves. Person's name is Booty Dex. Yeah, what small 12-year-old did we rob for clothes? Weapon skill. Rapier. Crossbow. Bow. Mastery point 1. Basic attacks increase crit rate by 4% for 10 seconds. Stacks up to 5 times. Okay. Pull this. I gotta pull this up, right? Sorry, I have 2 things going on at one time. And one of which is something I can only do. I can only debug something while I'm streaming. So it's busy trying to figure out what the shit is wrong. I'm trying to make new toys and goodies for the show. Shoots a shining arrow, dealing 164. Deals 161 to a single enemy and inflicts stun. Shoot a nimble shot, dealing 113. Okay. So 44 vigor. Cooldown of 28 seconds. 33 vigor. 164. Well, we're gonna go this way. Oh, we get mastery points independently. And we have class mastery. Okay, so I'm gonna keep all my crossbow points because I haven't played with a crossbow yet. Delivers 2 rapid thrusts, blocks an enemy attack, increases the damage. Deals 133.9 and increases attack by 4% for 12 seconds. But yeah, anything that gives a buff, we will take as our first skill. Yeah, I'm gonna have to rebind Q because of the nerve damage in my hand. My fingers hit Q. Like my finger just taps. Most games it's not a problem because Q is usually like strafe. But if I strafe off to the side a little bit, not a big deal. But if I'm constantly switching weapons, that will be a bit of a big deal. Also, I would like to say the standard issue with games where melee feels more powerful than archery right out of the box, why you don't get a lot of ranged players sometimes. All right, so here's a critique that I'm gonna give that some people might not agree with. I don't feel like anything is meaningful because I'm leveling up. Like, you did this standard Korean game introduction, which was okay because we're gonna drop you in, we're gonna give you all these abilities, but then when they bring you back to the character, all these bars are open again. There's no crawl, walk, run. So I don't really know. You know, I don't know what I don't know. And I've leveled now twice, walking from one quest giver to another quest giver. And it hasn't helped. Like, I haven't learned about my character, but now I have yet another set of abilities. This is not what I would call a great tutorial. A good tutorial is going to be small steps. And I don't think we're there. I don't think we're there on the small on the small steps. I'm getting an awful lot of power very, very quickly, but not a lot of introduction. Not like, and I know some people are gonna say, well, you want absolute freedom, and you can have that, but the average casual needs a little guidance. Where have you been? Did you at least bring supplies? No, I didn't bring supplies because you didn't tell me to. And what's with the shoddy look? Gone and lost all your gear. No, we were out in the countryside robbing small frame 12-year-olds. From the future, that's so. Has the void finally driven you mad? You'll find some supplies behind me. Not much, but enough to keep you afloat till the outpost. The situation grows graver by the hour. Whatever lunacies come over you can wait. For now, at least play your part.
I know the way to the outpost. Head to the
Giving a lot of power
nearby.
quickly could be a good and bad thing. Good in the focus and combat
lost.
skill from the player. Bad makes your gear meaningless. Also, bad means when you get this level of... When you get this particular loop, then what you have is that story isn't really meaningful. Because you're just throwing stuff at me. Well, look at that. Well, why'd you give me green pants and a red shirt? Who was the fucking clothing director on this fiasco. Green tights with a red oh no, it's Robin Hood Men in Tights. No, his tunic was green. Head to the coastal outpost and investigate the Eye of Insight. Acquire supplies was optional. The Eye of Insight. Activate the Eye of Insight to unveil nearby landscapes. Okay, this is another little critique I'm gonna give them. You're having me activate the Eye of Insight to reveal nearby landscapes so I could see them on my map, but you've never actually taught me to use the map yet. Holy shit. Well then. Thank you for the satellite uplink. Jalan to the Daystar. Please adjust my GPS heading. A mysterious woman saved your life by rewinding time with a powerful relic. Now you find yourself questioning whether you've truly returned to the past. Before vanishing, she uttered, "The future has changed." Find her in this timeline and deliver the message. Oh, so you don't get the points equally. I got a bow point at 3. Oh, maybe they're gonna give me my points unequally because as a ranger I should focus on bow and crossbow. That would be sad and depressing, but if you want to play melee, play a melee character. What are we doing? Guys, you're standing there. Greeks are dying. Fight, you lazy horse. Getting XP for these guys. $329. Oh, I am. Oh, wait. Nope. That's not it either. Oh, so those weren't levels. Those were proficiency levels. Okay. It would be nice if there was like a fucking tutorial or something that told you how levels work. But you know, we're smart gamers, we figured it out. You died. I got stabbed in the ass. Achievement unlocked. First death. Aha! I have accomplished something in my life. What'd you do today? Fucking died. The graphics are pretty good. The graphics are solid. The combat responsiveness is... I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I think New Worlds was a little bit better. Now people are... I just started a war right there. What do you mean New Worlds was better? I can't believe you said that. Don't know why you'd ever be surprised at any of the things I say. But yeah, for the most part, this is a rough start, and I'm not knocking the game, but like all I know, it's like there's a lot of features of the game that they're like, yeah, we need to have this, throw it in. We need to have a place that people have to go to in order to unlock their maps. Well, why? Why unlock the map at all? Why not have me go exploring? If you're already going to give me the idiot light at the top of the screen and say, go that direction, then why do that? I didn't see your comment earlier, Darb. Are they blending multiple mythologies? I don't know. Well, we'll have to find out. We'll have to dig more into it to see. All right, so the lock-on is not a target lock, in case anybody wants to know. It's not a soft lock like I thought it was earlier. It's just a positional lock. It's when I lock on, I can move around the target as opposed to strafing in the environment. But locking on the target doesn't automatically mean that your shots are gonna go that way. Yeah, and it's not instantaneous. It's not an instantaneous turn like in older games. Respawn point activated. The coastal outpost. You didn't miss my first harvest. No, you missed my first death. What a jerk. So when you look at somebody else, that's not bad. That's actually it'd be kind of nice if they added like a menu that you could add some things about yourself to, like an info screen. Hey, I know how you die. Not only have you failed to report, but you've neither armor nor weapon to your name. Have you lost all reason? Tell me, did you at least recover the meteorite? That was your last mission, long past due. And now disobedience. According to martial law, your execution should be imminent. Roll credits. Yet, given our current plight, your punishment will have to wait. For now, arm yourself and fend off the void at the coastline without delay. Understood? Find a serviceable weapon. Rapier, crossbow, and bow. Okay. So... Oh! Dual-wielding small crossbows. Everybody's favorite, right? What is that? What is that? What? Are you a demon hunter from... What is that? That is a really short range.
Hey, little son! I've a task for you!
Yeah, that's the dual crossbow is really short range. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. No good. That may be the start of the game, however, the combat is the combat does feel slow. Not even gonna try to make an excuse for the combat. The combat is very slow. Very, very, very much so. It's in, how can I say this? I'm not trying to be hurtful, but it's not slow in like a strategic way. It's slow in a not very good way. This is like slow in like an old school MMO kind of way. Yeah, it's you're absolutely right. It's like do this, stop. Do this, stop. Which for tab target game is okay. But for action combat players want seamless transition between abilities. Or so they constantly say that's what they want. For fuck's sake, there's not an opening in sight. We have no choice but to remain here and slay the void one by one. At this rate, they'll bleed us dry. Our only course is to breach the void eye or bomb it to ash. I have a request for our little hero. Kaya sent word she secured an ideal sniping spot in the highlands near the Eye of Insight. Mind heading over and scanning the surroundings. Let me know of any openings we can exploit or weaknesses in our defenses. Anything at all would be of great help. So you're gonna send the guy who seemingly just ditched his duty to go do an important task. Plot armor when the story is on rails. Dude, you guys are just standing here. You're loafing. You're going straight to the front lines. Oh, she looks a little busy right now. Dreaming, are we? Just look at their advance. Nary a crack in sight. Maybe we'd still have a fighting chance if I could snipe the Void Eye. I suppose this is the end. If only I had means to destroy the eye, I'd gladly raise hell in gunfire from up high. Tab, select temporal tuning. C, activate temporal tuning. Okay. So we're gonna have a quest helper, but we're gonna bundle it under the idea of plot. We found the Cave of Extinction. Activate the Chrono-tector.
To quell the void.
why are you, Marty McFly? What in the name of the DeLorean are you doing just pressing buttons? Look, man, I'm just saying that should be like 9 billion XP. You just single-handedly stopped the invasion. Level 50. We're jamming to some good music here, though. Good stuff. Did anybody else notice? Oh, there we go. Oh, I can't do that in this location. I can't harvest here. How sad. Still getting XP for these guys. Not enough arrows. Oh, I have to wait for arrows to recharge? Yeah. Not a huge fan of that mechanic. I'm not either. Having to wait for arrows to recharge, it is... I get it if you want to have arrows recharge to put a throttle on special abilities, because then that becomes a strategic cooldown instead of a tactical cooldown. But it seems like and we're gonna have to see sorcerer and we're gonna have to see the musket, but it's almost like the ranged attacks and the melee attacks were developed independently by two different teams. It would be a resource like mana at that point. Yeah, and it's not, because let me go shoot a guy. I'm not going to use the special ability. I'm just going to shoot somebody in the face. I need somebody to shoot in the face. Come here. Okay, now I'm very confused. Is that in... The ammo meter is above... It's those 5 yellow icons on the left of center. If you aim, you're using special arrows. If you aim... Oh. So you can fire forever as long as you're not aiming. Because in some fucking logical world, aiming with a bow is special. That, I'm not 100% sure that's the dumbest mechanic I've ever seen in a ranged attack. but I'm also not saying it's not the dumbest mechanic I've ever seen. So, because I aim, I only have 5 arrows, and I gotta wait for them to recharge. But if I shoot from the hip, I have infinite arrows. Thank you for letting me know what it is, but that's pretty dumb. That's pretty dumb. I guess their goal is to... This is almost seeming like they took a page out of the Throne and Liberty book, where their goal is to force you in and out of one weapon for another. Yeah, if you used vigor or you used focus, I could see making I could see making aimed shots use vigor, but then you're doing something where you're taking away from the melee resource pool. I have to see more of the game before I can know what the solution is. So how'd you pull it off? I couldn't even draw near that accursed hive, let alone destroy it. What's that you got there? Confound it all. You're saying old Scrap took out the Void Eye? What's gotten into you? Enough with this nonsense. You head to the settlement. The captain awaits. She's at the Frontier headquarters scouting the area. Don't go crossing the line. The captain's still on edge, and even I won't be able to save your skin if you act a fool. Once you're ready, meet at the Frontier headquarters.
Heading to the settlement, are we? How about some company? I am Romek, humble pilgrim of Kronos. Though I may seem no more than a beggar, it's far from the truth.
You might seem no more than a beggar, and I look like I jacked a 12-year-old for his clothes. Can we please get a roadmap? How to get out of here?
Speaking of, that peculiar clock of yours.
Don't look at my clock.
I knew it looked familiar. Its design is identical to the painted walls of the Temple of Kronos. If my memory serves true, it was Kronos himself who crafted that sacred relic. Yet, yours looks more counterfeit than that. Fie. These cursed knees of mine. The settlement lies just ahead. A sacred monument known as the Bound Stone lies near the entrance. There we shall part ways. Now, where might I find a loaf of bread?
I don't see if the clouds were going crazy, but one thing I learned from developers, speaking to developers, this is actually really bad game design, because you've got an awful lot of assets here for no reason. You don't need to have this many NPCs standing there if they don't have a value, because they just are a drain on resources. I take it you're heading to Frontier headquarters. Just follow the main road. You'll see it to the left. Are you planning to tell me where you got that fake clock? It's an artifact from the future. Why, of course. And I suppose I'm standing before the very savior of Cetera. It looks unfinished, like the AIs lack the ability to move around. Yeah. I am gonna say that. It's nice that you've positioned a lot of background characters, but they're making basic movements. Like, this doesn't feel like a living world. What do you want? Check the bounty board and return with the target's head. I'll be waiting here as long as your courage stands. Oh, you can only take one at a time. Okay, good to know. I swear, man, this character's junk is hanging between his legs as he runs. Hear ye, you're all free people. From the hours from 2 to 4 on Sundays. Church is also from 2 to 4 on Sundays. Seems like everyone is here. Let's go over what we know. The void has been sighted beyond the coastline, and strange anomalies are appearing all across Cetera. One has emerged in a cave near the settlement, which poses a considerable threat. I want you to handle it. Report back once you've addressed the situation, and we'll decide our next steps. Speaking of, where have you been? Deserting your mission and losing your equipment. Our unit may operate independently, but orders are orders. Do not cross them again. We're short on supplies, so for now wear this. Prepare the rest on your own. You're dismissed. So, I'm running around in a pair of tights. You gave me an armored top and told me to prepare the rest on my own. What the hell kind of army is this? Wow, only 8 characters for a guild name? That's rough. Also, 10,000 gold to make a guild. I want to do an entire video on my thoughts on guilds. But I have a few other projects in a few other evergreen projects I need to work on. I need to finish a couple of websites. And then I can work on some other things. Seems like there's a new vanguard around. I take it that's you. I assume you've come to the forge for just cause. What do you need? Can't say that your current weapon quite suits the likes of a vanguard. Not sure how that came to be, but let's start by fitting you with proper arms. But I have arms. I'll provide you with the materials. As they say, our very survival depends on the success of the frontier. See the weapon workbench to the right. Go ahead and craft to your liking. So we do the weapon crafting in the barrel of weapons. Crude great sword, Dawnslope great sword. Oh, ranger. Crude bow, Dawnslope bow. You need to be level 5. So why would I make anything? I have these weapons. Forge a weapon using the weapon workbench. Okay, so this might be a little bit of an oopsie. Why are you having me forge a weapon that I already have? But I don't have the mats to make anything else. Delivered. Oh, because I'm not making it for me. I'm making it for Lewis. How'd it go? Not bad. What with your limited experience? 'Tis certainly an improvement over your previous weapon. Always keep an eye on your gear's condition and switch them out when necessary. Weapon material can be found outside the settlement. Gather what you can on your travels. If that's too much work, feel free to check out some of the armor in stock. After all, survival should always be your utmost priority. Okay, well, there's the weapon crafting. There's armor crafting. Legs. I have no legs. I have no legs. I have no mats. Okay, let's check this weapon that I made. Oh. The weapon that I made is slightly better by 7 attack points. Okay, I will take that. He said that it's just outside. Let's go see if we can find some mats. Probably not what I'm supposed to be doing, but that's okay. What's up, guys? It's like almost like you guys aren't real. All right, I need a sickle. You lied to me, quest giver. You said materials were right outside. You said nothing about tools. Wouldn't it be wonderful if by some miracle primitive iron ore fell from the sky? With that, I could forge something truly extraordinary. Instead, I'm stuck fiddling around with this heap of scrap day after day. Have you ever swung a pickaxe? Judging by the looks of you, I'd say you're new to all this. Come see me again after reaching mining level 2. Then I shall tell you everything I know about the ores. Okay. I don't make my own tools. What's up, Ulysses? I don't want to repair my equipment. Processing, trading post, alchemy, cooking, general goods, inn, bounty board, transfer specialist, equipment salvager. Equipment salvager. Let's start there. So again, this is a place where they've made a mistake. And I know some people say, well, they want you to figure it out yourself. Okay. I'd like to salvage some equipment. Okay, now the question is there not a vendor? Like, how do I get how do I get a harvesting sickle and like a mining pickaxe? Or am I not supposed to be trying to do that right now? Am I supposed to stay on the rails? Okay. Gathering is not possible because the sickle is not equipped. Okay. Obviously, I'm able to gather some things. Can't... The lighting is gonna cause me to have a fucking seizure. Is there, display, graphics quality, shadow detail. Low. Shadow detail. I don't need the shadows to be flickering so much, and then you all get to see me have a seizure on fucking stream. I don't particularly need that in my life today. Wow. You disable the shadows, but the whole game starts to turn janky. All right, I'm gonna go talk to the sentry. Maybe. I'm gonna talk to the sentry to see if that... Yeah, that's terrible too. We'll go in the middle. We'll try high. Where is this sentry? Maybe if I follow the quest line, it'll say, oh, by the way, oh, hi. Oh, this is the, this is the auction house. Let's be resourceful. There's alchemy. Health potions. Wow, there's a lot of depth to this game, which is good. With that said, the tutorial is bad. The tutorial is very, very bad. Very, 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 very bad. Go do this, but then I'm not going to tell you hi. I'm going to give you a little bit of the information. Inventory skills. Chrono-tector. Hi, Chrono-tector. Yeah, there's no... This content will be available at the official launch. Okay. Otherwise known as, this is where we hid this is where we've hidden the pay to win. Switched to PvP mode. How the fuck did I do that? Okay. Okay, we'll gotta go back into town and out the other entrance, I imagine. I do like the fact that there's not an idiot line. I like that. That's a good thing. We are far too reliant on the idiot line anymore. That was one thing I thought was going to be great about Ashes of Creation, because they said we're not doing an idiot line where we lead you by the nose, and they ended up eventually kind of having one. No idiot line is great. Like, figure it out. Hey, what's this? See, if they hadn't told me to figure it out. Interesting. Good to know. Logging tree axe required. Sorry, that was a headshot. They robbed me of my headshot. You have unused weapon mastery points. Yep, I'm aware. I'm telling you that. They're unused for a reason. Oh, I like that. It's a minute cooldown on it's a minute cooldown on pots. So this isn't gonna be a spam your way to invulnerability type of game. I like that. I like that. I like that in for many reasons. Okay, so is it worth trying out the beta? I think so. If you have access to it, I would definitely say it's worth trying out the beta. I'm not the best judge of like the combat because I'm not generally an action fan. Promotes more skillful gameplay, I would hope. What's up, Booma? Does it promote more skillful gameplay? Maybe. I do not like the argument that people say about skill. Is it worth buying the Ashes key for the next alpha? I have no idea. I have no idea what you consider. Oh shit. I have no way to tell you what worth is. I will tell you, I don't cover Ashes anymore. I don't cover Ashes of Creation anymore because, as I kind of talked about yesterday on my show, it's really hard for me to be excited about a game company where 2.5 years away from the game and just reflecting on the way the game studio has presented itself. I was the Ashes guy, and the problem came when a game development studio lies to you about things that don't matter. Isn't that just setting the stage that they'll lie to you when things do matter? But to stay on the skillful thing, I don't like the discussion about combat moving into action combat is more skilled than tab combat. It is more technically skilled, but that doesn't mean it's more strategically skilled. And if action players want to have a legitimate discussion, then they have to be willing to say, I don't like tab combat, but I do acknowledge that tab players have a level of skill. But if they're gonna, if the argument is always going to devolve into tab combat is skill, wow, that's rough. If they're gonna say tab players have absolutely no skill of any kind, then there's never going to be a discussion, because being a tab player is a different type of skill than being an action player. As far as your question, do I ever use the lock-on option? Is it soft lock? No, it's not soft lock. It is, it changes your movement, but it doesn't automatically mean that you're going to land your hits. It's not soft lock in the same regards as other games have been, where if you're soft locked on, it's the equivalent of a tab lock. It's not that. When you soft lock, it changes your positioning for movement, but you can still miss your skill shots. I want to try to get there. But no, I was the Ashes guy. I stopped covering Ashes of Creation because several reasons. The biggest of which being the company sold Freehold skins at that point for something like 5 years. And then they decided that they were just going to stop. They were going to pivot on how freeholds were going to work, but then they didn't offer anybody a refund. And I was like, so what you did is you sold something that you didn't understand. People asked you for years to put clarity to it, and then you decided you weren't going to do that anymore. And I was like, nope, not. I will check out the game, but the likelihood of me playing Ashes of Creation is very minimal. The other thing is, and I'm not trying to be a snarky bastard, but I'm under no belief that Ashes of Creation is going to be out in the next 5 years. We know that Ashes will not be out for at least a year because they've already previously disclaimed that Alpha 2 Phase 3 is going to be at least a year. Well, I'm moving to Florida in 6 years. 6 years from right now, I intend to be in Florida. I have a year-long renovation on this place to do. And then I have probably a 6 to 8 month renovation on whatever new place I buy in Florida. I want to rip out all the carpets. I don't want carpets. I want all hardwood floors. So if you think about it, if Ashes isn't going to be out for at least 3 years, and when it does come out, I have 18 months worth of rehabbing to do on the place I'm going to live. I'm only going to have at most 18 months to play Ashes anyway. I don't want to continue being, following a game for that. Yeah, it was all just concepts. It was just proof of concepts. It was all just proof of concepts. And there's nothing wrong with proofs of concept. Like, there's nothing wrong with proofs of concept, but eventually you have to deliver. I still plan on playing it, but I'm not invested. I decided to hold off. Smart man. Smart person. How am I finding it? So far I'm finding it pretty good. Does it have potential? I think it does. What's up, guys? So apparently it wasn't on the cliff face. Apparently I needed to walk down the river. This is a restricted area. By order of Captain E's orders, only members of the Vanguard. My apologies, I didn't realize you were with the Vanguard. The situation's still unclear, but we've had reports of strange lights and disturbing noises coming from within. Performance is really bad on a 3060 Titan, nearly unplayable. Well, no game is playable on a 3060 Titan. What's the rest of your what's the rest of your setup? Because I'm gonna find it a little odd that you're gonna say it's nearly unplayable when its minimum requirements are an i5, 16 gigs of RAM, and a GTX 1660 Titan or better. So, when people say that, they're like, it's really bad on a 3060 Titan. Yeah, because a 3060 Titan doesn't determine how well a game runs on your computer. Well, that person obviously...
Not another step. These rifts should not exist in this timeline.
Yshtola, is that you? Yeah, no kidding, right? Wow, the Black Angel of Death right here. Who goes there? This warp singularity is called the Chrono Gate, a chaotic rift in space-time made manifest. Fiends from another timeline have already infiltrated, vying to engulf the present. Those of idle curiosity have no place here. However, safe passage is nigh impossible with the temporal force field, and yet you stand before me. Who are you? Is that so? Then you must be the Sentinel of Cetera. You are the Warrior of Light. Roll credits. Time reversal in the shattered chronotector, I see. They must have given rise to these chrono gates. However, my strength wanes. This burden now falls on you, Sentinel of Cetera. Defeat the Void Apostles within the gate and reclaim the fragments of your chronotector. Rightfully yours. Once you've done so, find me at the Citadel. Jon Snow, did you send Sam to the Citadel? I'll be right back. All right. Also, keep in mind, any game can have issues and may not be fully optimized. Remember the motherboard issues with New World. Touch the mark and you will see. Also, remember, your computer might be having issues, or your computer may not be the most optimized for whatever else you have going on. Remember, I have on my streaming machine, I have a motherboard and processor, not necessarily the best options for gaming. When I bought it, Ashes of Creation was supposed to be coming out rather quickly, so I bought a single PC setup. Over the years, once I realized that Ashes of Creation wasn't coming out quickly, I bought a gaming machine with not as much power as my workstation, because my workstation is for audio work and 4K video work, 2K video work, and streaming. My other machine doesn't have a 4090 in it. It doesn't need it. I'm not streaming. I have a gaming PC over there and a workstation over. You guys can't see my hands. I don't know why the fuck I'm gesturing. What's going on here, man? Oh. Well then. Defeat the 1,000-fold piercer. Okay, so
The Void Apostle Even the bold falter before their fell might.
I'm very confused.
To the Citadel.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. False start. Are they having us skip the fight so they don't want to reveal the fight in beta? What they doing? So defeat this guy. There's nobody here for me to defeat. So it tells me to defeat the guy. I'm just going to say that double F to flag PvP should not a good plan. All right, so there, as you all can see, there's nothing in here for me to defeat. So I'm wondering if they're skipping the fight so that the fight isn't revealed, broken, overly studied in beta. Yeah. If you accidentally hit F twice, you're gonna go into PvP mode. Not a good call. Not a good idea. Meant to write strafe, now I'm flagged. Right, exactly. When you come into the quick menu, unless they're intending for you to be able to flag quickly, because I don't know. Duck. I don't know what the rules are. If you have to flag up to defend yourself, then that might be something. But then that, I would say, is terrible game design. I should never have to, and I said this in Ashes, and it used to make so many people so mad. I should not have to flag to defend myself. Defending myself should always be automatic. Well, then the corruption and it's a stupid fucking system. I don't know if I need that much thicket, but you know, waste not, want not. Ducks. Yeah, that's quick harvesting. I don't have harvesting tools yet to do the other harvesting. Right there. Like, I don't have a pickaxe yet. The guy told me to go gather materials so I could make better armor, but then he doesn't tell me how to get the tools I need. He's a really bad mentor.
May it be a steadfast beacon.
What's up, Romnek? Still carrying the fake relic. Bold of you to flaunt it so openly, without a hint of shame at all. My. Speaking of which, I recall a legend tied to that relic. 'Tis said that those who possess it may enter a mystical realm by touching the bound stone. 'Tis a realm that belongs to those who possess a relic. If memory serves, it was called Citadel. When relic bearers touch the bound stone, the so-called Citadel appears on the map. I may be a humble devotee, but I'm not blind of blind faith. Now this guy's gonna be standing there and he's gonna be like, where the fuck did he go? You're like, well, I went to the Citadel.
Sentinel of Cetera. Welcome to the Citadel.
What's up, sexy lady? This is the Citadel, a hub between the 12 worlds. Only we Sentinels may gather here. Is this Final Fantasy 14? Are we in the first? There was an app to speak at length in the cave. Tending the chrono gate of your planet required my full strength. Your words have granted me clarity on our present strife at the emergence of the chrono gates. Did you defeat that which lurks within the chrono gate and recover what's rightfully yours? I did not. The Void Apostles are indeed the most powerful and benevolent of their kind. Their enduring presence shall only serve to strengthen the temporal rifts. The chrono gates must be dealt with. Find a way to grow stronger to save your planet. The burden is now yours as a sentinel. I shall answer your questions thereafter. I trust that will suffice. Enter the chrono gate. Oh. The world map cannot be accessed from this location. Hang on. Before I go out, I'm gonna go look at the clock. It's really nice to see a new MMO. Hope it keeps up. I agree with you. I agree with you greatly. It is really important. Even if you hate the game, even if you hate it, it is really important as gamers that we stop hating everything and that we start giving recognition and we say, I don't like the game because of this, or I don't like the game because of that. But I like what they did. I like the hot swapping of weapons. Or I like this, or I like that. But don't just be blindlessly full of hate and say, I hate the entire thing, the game is stupid, because then what does that accomplish? What does that accomplish? No, not even with New World. I think New World did several things very, very good. I think New World started off as an open world survival game, and if they had just stuck with that, they might have developed something that was really, really good. Once Human turned out to be an open world fort builder survival game that if New World had stuck with that, they might have had something. Ironically, Once Human has more players than New World does. So it definitely goes to say your original model had a fan base. Now, you could lose that in the translation. You could say, well, Once Human is roughly based on SCP. It's Lovecraftian horror, and New World wasn't those things. And that might be the reason. But if Once Human has open world fort building and New World was supposed to, you can't say it's the open world fort building piece that turned people off. What flawless skin you have. Okay, Buffalo Bill. Fate must have brought you here. Why not browse some of my goods while you're at it? I'm the eldest son of the great Big Yang. Big Sean, tell me how big is you? And I can personally guarantee their excellence. An old worn key opens a portal which grants entry to the past. And then you have shards. You have 100,000 gold horse on you. All right, Skippy. What are you doing today? Carrying around 100,000 gold horse? Now that's a good auto run feature right there. Gives you time to like eat a sandwich or open a soda or something. Okay, now it all makes sense. It doesn't really. It's bad writing, but it, as a player, it makes sense. Go in here, do this. Don't win, go out, go back in after you get told you have to go back in. I'll probably lose this, and then I'm gonna have to go get stronger. Oh, now you're moving. This is gonna be the doom of the game right here, though. This exaggerated length loading screen. This is no good. And by no good, I mean this is quite demonstratively bad. Okay, again. Okay, so there's nothing in here to tell me why I can't. Why can't I try to kill this guy? Is there like a minimum level? Recover the chronotector's movement from the chrono gate. Okay. I'm so confused. Yes, we've seen this multiple times. I am never against backseat driving, so if anybody has an idea as to what my old ass is doing wrong, let me know. Okay, it tells me I have to defeat a guy. I mean, I know that sometimes I do stupid shit, but I'm not stupid right now. There's like no guy in here, right? Like looking high, looking low. You haven't collected the Triforce yet. That's like there's that meme video, if video game villains were smart and Ganon is hiding behind the door and Link's like, I can't get in, and Ganon's like, oh, you can't get in if I don't leave you a key. Defeat the void apostle inside the Chrono Gate and reclaim the Chronotector's movement. Well, I can't because the mob isn't spawning. So far, this game doesn't seem to be for me. I'll still keep checking out in case it grows, but the story isn't grabbing me. I'm going to agree with you there. I'm going to agree. I don't think the story is. I really hate to say it this way because I'm not trying to put like a racial overtone on it, but the Koreans aren't exactly known for their great storytelling. The Japanese are. The Koreans are generally known for their great combat. You gotta get them. You gotta get the story. You gotta get me interested. You gotta. I don't have butcher knife either. You gotta get people. You gotta grab people right away with the game. Now I don't know what's going on here. I'm gonna do a real quick internet search. No, it's not can't kill. It's first boss not spawning. Some players have reported instances where bosses don't spawn if they cross into another area at the exact moment they're meant to appear. So that's interesting. But yeah, so this is the sort of thing that kind of kills your interest in a game. Like I'm desperately trying to progress with the game, but there's no boss there. All right. So the other problem here is that, and I admit, I am terrible at games. I'm at action games. I'll be the first to admit I'm terrible at action games. But break. This is a very bad introductory loop. And I don't know if this is a modified client because they're trying to keep certain things from being seen early on, but because I can't start crafting, I can't make myself stronger. I can get some additional abilities, but I can't make myself I can't make myself more survivable because the game didn't tell me how to make tools. And again, if anybody's watching and you know how the hell to make the tools, I'm not going to be offended if you tell me. But if you don't make it clear to the player what the potential avenues are, then players are going to give up on your game rather rapidly, because we're not in the old days where there's only about 20 games on the market. There's hundreds of games on the market. And if very few players are going to be coming from nothing. Very few players are not going to be playing something at the moment. So it's not like, oh, well, we'll get them because there's only 25 games on the market. No, they're going to be like, I'm going back to whatever I was playing. Upon switching to the rapier, increase critical rate by 30%, crit damage by 50% for 15 seconds. So really, the only thing I think I can do right now is go see if I can kill this bounty. Which, to be honest, because I don't have any survivability, because I can't make armor, I don't know how this is going to work out. This is probably going to work out really, really badly. And then I'm going to have to go back to the town, and I'm going to have to do another loop through to see if I can find, the ability to start gathering. I'm level 5, so I would have imagined if there was going to be a ta-da, that ta-da would have happened. I have processed oil and a dry branch. Okay, so obviously the guy doesn't spawn right on the point. The guy is probably a spawn somewhere in this area. Oh, hi, what's going on up here? What are you guys all involved in? They're involved in kicking my ass, is what they're involved in. Okay, so we're gonna respawn back at, settlement. Now we're gonna walk around and we're gonna see if we can figure out how to get tools, because without tools we're kind of screwed. Yeah, I'm level 5. Level 5 with 1500 XP. I'd like to purchase something. Oh, that would have been fucking amazing to find earlier. Who would have fucking thought that the fruit cart vendor sells the tools? Basic sickle. Yes. Pickaxe. Logging axe. Butcher knife. And fishing pole. Now, what is it I need to acquire? To be fair, I didn't actually come down here before. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. You have unused weapon mastery points. I'm aware. Remember that beach area at the start? I've just been leveling my weapons there, just hit level 5. Yeah, I should have probably stayed there a little bit. But now that I can gather, maybe we can fix the problem. Oh my life! Look at this, it's an MMO and this is called people. This is called other people. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to see other players in the game. Okay, what is it I need? I just want some pants. Okay. I was just thinking that for some reason it reminds me heavily of New World. Yeah. I love the names of some of the pieces. Yeah. So we're gonna need and that. And then we're gonna need another set of that. Oh no, I don't need any of that. Thin leather, processed lumber. Okay. Does it feel pretty fluid? No, the combat, think of the combat this way. The combat is about as smooth as a 15-year-old kid the first time he's driving a stick shift. That's about how smooth the combat is. I really like the almost colonial New World look that the town has. I like the fact that the town looks like a town and doesn't look like a mystical center. And this, no, I don't think the Gathering's terrible. I like the Gathering so far. Number one, there's no mini game. Number two, it's slow and deliberate. The animation, I don't think the animation's terrible. I don't think the animation's awful. Just slow enough that not everyone wants to do it. Yeah, exactly. Just slow enough that, and this is a big thing for me. I love the idea. Is this a multiplayer game? Yes, it is a multiplayer game. It is, it's an MMORPG. I really do believe that artisans need to be a primary profession in video games. It's great, good enough for a sip of coffee. Right, exactly. New World spoiled you. Let me help you out. If New World spoiled you, then your bar should be this low. Because I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but New World has a great gathering animation in a world where gathering doesn't matter. because they started off as a survival game. And so in a survival game, when you need to gather metric fuck tons of materials, the animations have to be good. Because if they're not, people aren't going to want to do it, and people need to do it. Holy Trinity in this game is that all DPS tank. There is no healer to my knowledge. There is no healer. I could fully log in to do only artisan of a game that made it useful to the greater server. EVE Online. Sunday. Well, whoa. EVE Online, my job, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, was, running a logistics ship, running a Orca or a Rorqual, and running 5 characters. Oh, in terms of sound and animation, yeah, I will. New World has good sound, good animation for their gathering system. That's the end of the good in their gathering system. You think the Grimoire and the Paladin have healing weapons? Well, that's good. As my go live description says, I have not deep dived, done my homework. I haven't even done the fucking prerequisite reading. So I think my go live notification says, go ahead and give me my F-. I'm not prepared for class. And I am okay with freely admitting that. I am not prepared for class today. Are you gonna be playing more this weekend? Yeah, I am going to sorry, client who's trying to quit drinking, doing their check-in. I'm gonna do my 2-hour mandatory sponsored stream for whatever the fuck game it is, just to get that out of the way. I'm only doing that sponsored stream because I'm trying to click over that I've done a bunch of sponsored streams so that I become eligible for better sponsored streams. And then I'm gonna do some more in this. And then Sunday, I'm taking Sunday completely off because I have back-end infrastructure work to do on the PGN website, the ParadoxGaming.net website. I've started, what I did is I threw it up and it looks like shit. And so now that it looks like shit, it becomes a priority every day that I work on it. When I'm done streaming, I'll still be live for a little bit. Or I'll break the stream and I'll go back live a little later. It'll just be for debugging. I already debugged this thing, and it works on pgnmusic.com, but it didn't work when I took the same code and I brought it over to another website. And it's supposed to, because it's supposed to be a standalone module. It's supposed to be a plug and play that I can put on all my websites. I have to figure out why. Like, why aren't you working? Why aren't you working, you son of a bitch? Okay. There we go. Uh-oh. Wow, he rocked my shit. He was not interested. This guy runs like he just discovered his knees. That's very, very accurate. I'm not gonna disagree with you. Pelt, thin rawhide. Okay, that's what I needed. I like the speed of gathering. I feel like I could easily do that in the background while watching a video or a stream. Yeah, and you guys know that I've done that video on crafting. It's nice that a couple of different game developers saw my video on crafting, and I've had some really nice discussions with some indie devs, and they said, no, your system is really well thought out. And one of them is basically like, can I take your system and not make any changes to it? I was like, yeah, it's not my system, it's just a system. Yeah, you see what I'm talking about, the combat? It's like your character just graduated Combat Academy. I don't want to gather the flower next to the corpse. I want to gather the corpse. Okay, let me take all of this stuff back to town and see if we can make some better gear. Not that I have any idea why I'm trying to make better gear, because I can't. The Sentinel mission isn't loading. Now, this is not the first game I've ever seen happen with this. I saw this happen with Final Fantasy XIV. When it first came out, you would load into a zone and there'd be no boss because it took you so long to load in. Is this early access? Is this full release? This is not full release. This is closed beta. But as a reminder, in beta, you're probably not going to see massive changes to any system if that company is following the actual terms of alpha and beta. Alpha is redesigning of systems, quality testing systems. Beta is quality control, bugs, getting the bugs out. If you have to start revamping entire features, you really need to downgrade back to alpha. I've no time for a clumsy fool. Come back when you've improved your cooking to level 2. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I should not be getting character XP for crafting. I should not be getting 33 Ranger XP. That's bad juju. It should be pure horizontal. It should be pure vertical on the horizontal development. So I should only get cooking experience from cooking. So mining, logging, gathering, butchering, cooking, processing. This hurts my soul right there. I'm gonna go look at the processing system, but this hurts me. This hurts me right here. Ashes of Creation is one of the few games that I've seen lay out an idea on paper where you do the three stages of development. I go lumberjacking, and then I do milling, and then I do carpentry, or I do lumberjacking and I do milling, and then I do making of wood weapons. Not, I do 7 different types of gathering, 1 processing, and then armor and weapon crafting. Yes, the problem is that you get 1,000,000 porridge bowls made. Oh, well, look at that. This is another thing that I'm gonna say is goofy as shit. This needs to be renamed or it's gonna confuse the shit out of people. So this is processing, but in processing, I'm making my tools. That shouldn't be processing. Oh, well, hold on. Yeah, it's processing XP. So all of processing is one thing. This shouldn't be butchering. This should be tanning. Butchering is what you butcher animals and then you tan hides. Let's see. Thin leather. Which I needed 2 of. Okay. Gathering. Oh, there's 2 different ways to make ramie cloth. There's 2 different ways to make. Okay, I like this. I like this. This is actually really, I like this is, I hate the overall system, but I like the detail. Remember I said you can hate something but like something? Like give credit where credit is due. They have multiple ways to make thin leather, which most games don't bother to do. You can make it off of pelt or you can make it off of thin rawhide. So that's good. I like that. That's good stuff. Processed. That's got to be lumber. Can't even read my own handwriting. Okay. 2 points for Gryffindor. What do you mean 2 points for Gryffindor? I'm Harry fucking Potter. I'm up out of bed after hours. I'm alive with a pulse. Dumbles is gonna give me 50 points. Dumbles is gonna give me 50 points just because I remember to put on my glasses. Harry Potter, have you remembered your glasses? 60 points for Gryffindor! Okay, so we need to make pants, gloves, cloak, and head. We're gonna start with some pants. You know what you're missing? A pair of fucking pants. Okay. Eight physical defense, 8, 15. Okay, so vigilante pants. Dude, what's a Hufflepuff? Physical defense, magic defense. So these give crit rate. These give damage boost and damage reduction. These give crit resistance. These give damage reduction. And those are 1325. I'm gonna scroll down. Oh my god. Look at that. There's a lot of stats going on there. Okay, we'll go back up here real quick. Do I want damage reduction or do I want more crit rate? I'm gonna take crit rate because the best defense is a good offense, right? Okay, so we have some pants. Now, because I'm a sucker for cloaks, do I want magic defense? Wait. They're the same? Well, you're not even gonna show. I'm gonna, fine, I'll make you. I got a cloak. Now we're gonna do some feet. Crit rate of 3%. Damage boost. Crit rate with crit resistance. I'm gonna take the vigilante because I want the slightly, I don't know how much the weighting is, but I'm gonna lie to myself. Yeah, I'll do the vigilante boots. We got some boots. We need more thin leather. We got some stuff. Oh yeah, look at us rocking it. Look at that shit right there, boys. Who needs shin guards? Oh yeah, go for the fucking knees. Just take this guy's knee. Oh, hey Ming, he's got boots, he's got pants. Fuck the kneecap. Oh yeah, don't you fuck with me though. Look at that. I got a cloak, you son of a bitch, and don't you forget it. Okay, so what do I actually need? Fucking losing my mind. So I need one thin leather. Schoolboy trousers, that's why. What's up, man? How am I finding it so far? It's a little bit of this, it's a little bit of that. I don't think it's ready for launch. Not at all. I think that there is some glaring problems in some maybe not so glaring problems. And they definitely need to fix the glaring problems. And I don't know if the glaring problem is because they decided to cut some things out. And what I mean by cut some things out is I went to a place that I'm supposed to go to do my quest, but I can't do my quest because every time I log in there, there's no boss there. That might be because they don't want us to get that far into the game. They could be doing a closed beta as a really, really short, small, but then just like when I went to one other thing and it said this will be available at launch, it should tell me that at the boss as well. It should say this content will become available at launch. If it's a bug, then that's fine, but it's kind of like a really, really, really weird bug. to suddenly have, you would have probably found it. I do like the world. I'm not going to say some bullshit like the world is amazing. I like that the world is methodical and meticulous. The world is methodical, the world is meticulous, the world is thought out. The world is good. I like it. With that said, is this a console port game? They are putting it on console. I don't believe it's being tested on console this testing cycle. It could be, but I don't really. I'm gonna be honest. I don't follow. Yeah, it is concurrent release. It is concurrent release. I don't think it's being tested on the console this testing cycle. I think this is just a Steam testing cycle. Now, to go back to something somebody said earlier about frames per second. Sometimes Unreal Engine games, because somebody said earlier that Unreal Engine struggles to have more than 100 FPS concurrent. Sometimes that is a result of being a cross-platform game. And the reason why is, if you're going to be PS4, PS5, Xbox One half, 197, whatever the fuck the Xbox numbering is. I don't have an Xbox. You don't want to design your game to have uncapped frames per second higher than what the console can support. Because if you do, then you're developing content that one of your audiences can't use. Yeah, it runs pretty good. The combat is, I believe, deliberately slow. Wow, all that gear and absolutely no improvement to my goodness. We're shit out of luck until a console fix comes in. Well, you got to remember, it's not necessarily a console fix. It's the limitation of the hardware that's in the consoles. There's no real fix to be had. It's just my God, man. Consoles simply can't. Consoles, yeah, that artificial cap, but it's not an artificial cap. It's not that they're saying we're capping the frames per second. We're capping the frames per second on consoles. What was it? The PlayStation 5. People's big argument about the PlayStation 5 was the PlayStation 5 was the equivalent of a 2080. And I was like, cool. The 30 series graphics cards are coming out. And then we got the 40 series graphics cards. And then we got the 50 series graphics cards. And now they're talking about a PlayStation 6. What the fuck are you thinking about a PlayStation 6? Your PlayStation 5 hasn't even had an acceptable length of lifetime yet. It's why I stopped buying consoles. I was tired of buying something that was already behind the 8-ball out of the box. No, and the only reason why I bought a PlayStation 5 was because I wanted to play a couple of games. Unfortunately, the Final Fantasy VII Remake, the second disc, is terrible. It's awful. No. The PlayStation 5 doesn't have a flagship game. You may end up buying a PlayStation 5 so you can play the Final Fantasy Tactics remake. Congratulations. Welcome. Welcome to the flagship game of the PS5. The Final Fantasy Tactics remake is going to drive more PS5 purchases than any other game. Yes, I have unused mastery points. Leave me the fuck alone about it. What about GTA 6? I don't think is GTA 6 only coming out on the PlayStation? I doubt GTA 6 is only coming out on the PlayStation. I thought I had heard it was coming out on PC as well. PC is not part of the GTA initial launch, but it's being released on PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X at the same time. So that's Sony is lame for all the purchasing release window before everyone else. Kind of. But they want you to buy their hardware. Because remember, some genius says that we're going to make consoles and we're going to sell them at a loss, but we want you to buy more of them, which is why we have exclusive games. PCs are pretty expensive now, though, if you want a smooth gameplay. Here, Magnus, here's where you've been caught into the, here's where you've been caught into the big problem. $1,000 PC is fine for the average person, because the average person has an argument with me. Yeah, there's a high chance that GTA 6 won't be on the PC for the first 6 months. I just checked it. They've announced it. The thing about people is there are people who yell at me about, well, I have a this, I have a this, I have a this. And what I say to them is, that's great. Can you send me your monitor specs? And they do. They send me what monitor they're using. And I hate breaking people's hearts when I say this, and they say, oh, I'm getting 275 frames per second. No, your graphics card is exporting 275 frames per second, but your monitor is only capable of 120. And unless you're on a CRT, and Ninja has a great segment on this, or it's either Ninja or Shroud. One of them has a great explanation about why CRT monitors, which are capped at like 30 frames per second, you send more than 30 frames per second to the CRT monitor because it's smoothing, because they fill in from the upper left to the lower right. Shooter players want that higher frames per second being sent there, because something about you get an extra quarter frame a second, and I'm not a shooter player, so I don't give a shit. But if you have a monitor that can only handle 120 frames per second, guess what? You only need to export 132 frames per second. You want to go 10% over. I have a 5090. Congratulations, you have a $2,000 graphics card and you have a $200 monitor. Some of that budget for your graphics card should have been dumped down so that you could have bumped up your other goodness. I can't believe you're hurting my feelings. Bitch, I don't care about your feelings. I'm just trying to teach you about fucking hardware. I don't know. I will have to test the 3000 series on Star Citizen. I don't know if it will perform well. I'll say this. 1 second. Starbucks doing that usual shit again. Starbucks is gonna crash as a company. Let me pop this open real quick. Okay, this one's 100% full. The Starbucks around here doesn't like being corrected. Just humor me for 1 second. The Starbucks around here doesn't like being corrected. My coffee order, and I'm an effete son of a bitch when it comes to my espresso. It's a caramel macchiato, upside down, non-fat milk, no foam. Do you know what no foam means? It means you strain the foam while you're filling up the cup. You don't try to give me this much foam and then scoop it out and only give me half a cup of coffee. Now, when it comes to an iced drink is X number of ounces of liquid and the ice is in the cup. So if I ask for a strawberry SCI to be put into this, it's only going to come up to about here because that's their large. You need to come to Starbucks home territory. In the land of frou-frou coffee places, they need to be on their game because people flip their shit. Right. That's all I want. Enough frames per second and performance to have nice dogfights in Star Citizen. Let me help you out with something. You have a better chance of winning the bronze in female gymnastics than you do of having nice dogfights. I just want you to understand that. I just want you to know shit, understand. You're not gonna get good fights. Also, Chills, for the second time during the show, man, you blamed your graphics card, and then I asked you a question, and then you never answered me. You said this game doesn't run well because it doesn't run well on a 3060 Titan. But what CPU do you have and what motherboard do you have? Because if this isn't running well on a 3060 Titan, it could very well be you're like blaming your graphics card. Your graphics card has very little to do with how a game runs once you put that game on low settings. And I know there were a lot of people back when the 3090 came out. A lot of people bought a brand new 3090 not understanding that a 3090 is not a gamer's graphics card. And people all the time say a 3090 is a gamer's graphics card, blah, blah, blah. No, a 3090 has a dedicated encoding chip in it. Why are you paying, and this is back in the day of the 3090, why are you paying $1,500 for a graphics card when the big draw of the 3090 is the encoding chip? It literally, you wish you had a 4090. Do you stream? If the answer is no, then you don't need a 4090. So sure, right? If you're playing like what some people will go to the argument and they say, well, I want a 4090 because I want to play, what is it? Which game is it that I have on this benchmark? Somebody said, I want a 4090 because I want to be able to get 80 frames per second when I'm playing at 4K resolution. Okay. Let's just consider here for a second. You want a 4090 because you want to play at 4K. And some people will say, oh, well, 4K monitors aren't that expensive anymore. Okay, you're right. You can get a 4K monitor for less than $300. The quality's not great, but it's a 4K monitor. Or you're spending $1,200 for, like, you can get a 4K monitor and is legitimately a 4K monitor and it's IPS panel. Or you can get a $1,200 monitor on an QD LED monitor, which is gonna look crispy as shit, right? Which is gonna be at 240 hertz. That $300 monitor is 120 hertz. Or you can get the $1,800 monitor, right? That's 240 hertz. Now, again, it goes to the point of, if you're at the point of wanting this because you want 80 frames per second at 4K, then yes, absolutely, you need to buy the 4090, even if you're not streaming. But and this is where people get fooled by the people that spin up the hype. Let me pull the little thing up. The RTX 4090 boasts a significantly higher core count, memory bandwidth, and faster clock speeds compared to the 4080. Yeah, how does it perform, right? How does it perform at 2K? Which really should be your question. How does it perform at 2K, not 4K? If you have a 4K monitor, then you ask yourself the 4K monitor question. And yes, if you do a straight benchmark, if you go to user benchmarks, which a lot of people do, they're like, oh, well, I went to user benchmarks, and yeah, user benchmarks overall 27% faster. Absolutely, 27% faster. But then what do you do when you drill down into it? What does it look like at 2K? Is it 28% better at 2K? No. So spend your money appropriately. Save that $1,000, and now you have the $1,000 for the monitor. Star Citizen does look amazing on a 4090. My friend has one and I got jealous. Pretty smooth too. But again, the smoothness isn't coming from the graphics card. I would venture a bet that if your friend has a 4090, the rest of their PC is built around, yeah, he has a nice monitor, he probably has a good chip, he probably has a good motherboard, he probably didn't skimp on his RAM. Like, I have 64 gigs of RAM in my workstation, and there are days where it looks at me and it says, please stop. Because there are days where I have 10 audio files open. And the audio file that the audio program that I use leverages the graphics card. It dumps that because it's not just an audio file, it has all the video renderings in it. So it dumps everything off to the graphics card. And then I'll have a 2K video file open. And then I'll have like 10 Google Chrome tabs open. And my PC is like, chill the fuck out, bro. Work on one thing at a time. And imagine trying to do that on a non-workstation. But I'm gaming on a gaming computer, and I've been I've been ecstatic since October when I bought this thing. Magnus, this isn't a flex and it isn't a throwdown. That PC right there was $6,600, my workstation, and that PC over there was $4,000. So I have $10,600 worth of just PCs. That's not my monitors. Yeah. Now, my workstation had to have certain things in it because I was still contracting at the time. So, were they tax deductible? No. Nor are they business expenses. They could have been business expenses, but at the time I didn't. Well, I'm not gonna do that shit to my community. I think that's like the lowest form of bullshittery. You notice I don't have a gold bar. I don't have a sub bar. I don't have a donation bar. I understand that some streamers need to put those up there, right? Asmongold just released that in 1 week. I have a charity bar. I do have a charity bar. Asmongold in 1 week made over $100,000 on Kick. I want to remind everybody that for a long time, Asmongold was on his Zach Rar channel, which wasn't monetized. $783D, 4070 Titan, 36 gigs of RAM. That's not a NASA PC. That's a baby. That's a little guy. That's a little guy. That's a gaming. That's like a gaming machine. That's a little guy. What do you mean that's a NASA PC? That's a little guy. That's for having fun. Twitch forced it to be monetized. It was costing them too much money. All right. I mean, I've talked about that on a number of occasions. But he made over $100,000 in 1 week on Kick. I would fucking love to get to that size. I would love to be at the point where I'm making $5.2 million a year streaming. Do you know how much good I could do in the world? Do you know how much good that would equate to? I would be hiring I would be hiring composers, and I wouldn't be having to dick around with these like low-end composers. Shit, I say this with all sincerity. If I got to the point, no, I wouldn't move into Space Mountain because that wouldn't be my money. If I was suddenly making $100,000 a year or $100,000 a week streaming, that wouldn't be my money. That'd be the company's money. I would take Steampunk Dreams and I would go to Bear McCrary and I would say, hey, you're about 100,000 a track, right? And he'd be like, yeah, here's $2 million. Redo this album with an entirely live orchestra. Let's fix track 2. That's what I would do. And then once I had that soundtrack back, with that kind of money, I would be like, let's talk to Pixar. And let's get them, let's actually get the Fantasia part of this project done. Yeah, it'd be like, I would be contracting out composers and it'd be like, hey, instead of me paying you $600 and you put an album together for me, what I want to do is I want to pay you $50,000 And you're gonna put out no less than 100 tracks for me in the next 6 months. Because you're not gonna give me low-end shit. I'm literally, I'm taking your life and I'm doing this to it. Do you think I would ever fucking open Dreamweaver again? If I was making that kind of money, I would never open Dreamweaver again. I would, fuck's sake, I would quite literally have a local web designer who the only person, like, they can work for as many other people as they want, but my shit comes first. Like, I fund your life, your other clients fund your fun. I would have to be local because I like to work in paper, and I'd be like, hey, here's a binder, here's some taskers. This person would get confused because they'd be getting a paycheck and they'd be like, hey, I haven't heard from you in a couple of days. Yeah, I don't have anything. Do you know how much of my life that would free? Wow, I made gear and I'm getting obliterated. Let's try not being a swordsman ranger. Let's try a bow. Let's see if we're any better with a bow. But no, I would love to make that kind of money because it wouldn't be for me. I would be funding so many people's lives. Yes, I use Dreamweaver. I use Dreamweaver. I am trying to get off of Dreamweaver, but I use Dreamweaver for a specific reason, and that reason is I have 5 websites. It is easy for me to use Dreamweaver as the management tool for the 5 websites, so that, like, when I'm working on something, I pull down, I go to the other website, and then it handles all of the server management. I do know that in Visual Code, Visual Studio, whatever the fuck it is, I can have the FTP upload. And I've done that, but what I don't like is it doesn't give me up-down control. It only automatically sends the changes I've made. Well, I don't like that idea because I like to know which files are going which direction in case there's a problem. And in the future, I hope to not rely on Dreamweaver for that. What? But no, I would love to be financially in a spot like Asmongold. Log in, do my job, make $100,000 in a week. I mean, I want you to think about that. I want you to realistically consider the power of that. He doesn't cheat. He doesn't buy viewers or followers like Smurg did. He doesn't have chat bots like that other streamer had. He quite literally does his thing. He gets online. He has fun. I just saw a clip where he said all he wants to do is play video games. He wants to wake up, play video games, go to Wendy's, eat lunch, come home, sleep on the floor because he ate too much chili, and then when he wakes up, he wants to get back on his computer and play more video games. You know what? Holy hot damn, man. That's the dream for some people. That's the dream for some. If you figure that he needs $100,000 a year to live, which he probably doesn't, to live the lifestyle he wants, he probably does not need $100,000 a year. But even if he does, if he can maintain the pace of making $100,000 a week, and we figure we take off 15 weeks for taxes, so and we give him 2 weeks off. Let's say he doesn't stream. So we take that down to 50, and then we take 15 weeks off of that to cover the taxes. That means in 1 year, he makes enough money to live for 35 years. Just on Kick. We all know he doesn't ever have to work another day in his life already because of what he's made. But then people are like, streaming isn't profitable. What do you mean streaming isn't profitable? Why do you have people saying streaming isn't a good career path? Like, my daughter invited me, my little one, invited me to, she went to the school, the career day. The school thought that I was coming to career day to talk about the military. Went to career day to talk about being a streamer. Like, why should kids be told not to chase their dream? Chase your dream, man. If you want to be a streamer, don't let anybody get in your way. Say to yourself, I'm going to be a streamer. Now, there's an awful lot of things you need to do about it. There's an awful lot of bits and bobs you need to consider. And one of those things is you need to have reliable income before you decide to give up a job. I'm gonna be a streamer, be a streamer. I could cover a whole career day with the stuff I've done. Yeah, the big thing I say to people, I'm about to bleed to death. I've got to be missing something about this game. There's got to be something. There's got to be something that I'm missing. Because I made gear. Okay, let me go back to the, oh, I'm not in the right place. I'm gonna try to go down there. I'm like, oh, wait, hold on. You guys have icons. What are you talking about? Am I wiping at the same mob? I'm wiping at all sorts of different mobs. Yeah, there's gotta be something. There's gotta be like a bandage or a consumable or something that I haven't paid attention to. Time to kill seems a bit too fast. Well, I have pots. I've been using pots, but they're not very good. Yeah, time to die. Time to die is too fast. Absolutely. Not time to kill. The time to kill is pretty solid, but the amount of time it takes for the NPC to slap Jalan around is too short. But again, what I will always say is I am not a good judge of combat in action combat games. I'm not an action combat player. Action combat is not my jam. Shooter is kind of my jam, but with the nerve damage, my hands have started doing this again. I got 10 years longer. Well, not 10 years longer. I got some reprieve for the last couple of years, but the medication's not working anymore, so I'm starting to get the shakes again. Kind of sucks, but 'tis what 'tis is. This is Dark Soulsy, right? Kind of, sort of, maybe, not exactly. Similar, distant cousin, twice removed on his mother's side. Like Frodo Baggins. I do like that. I will say I like the fact that there is a finite range on ranged weapons. Whoa, he's not, okay. So he's not taking any shit from me even up there. Chronologically speaking, I have no idea what I'm doing. You know, yeah, you said something about threat rating. You know what would be nice? If I knew what their threat rating was. Because they haven't ever told me that, like, yellow mobs are this, red mobs are that. I wonder what's better than using a mouse. I will tell you. What's better than using a mouse is using this mouse. Oh, I gotta charge it. It's been a minute. A vertical mouse helps alleviate arm pain. So, if you have a lot of arm pain playing like this, then this mouse, your hands like that, which is kind of nice. Yeah, I use it playing games where I don't think where I don't need a lot of precise movement, like Crusader Kings 3, games like that. It works fine for shooters as well. I use it for Once Human. Do you think games should keep the standard nameplate difficulty rating, or would you rather people need to gain that knowledge through gameplay? I would rather people need to gain that knowledge through gameplay. Because I think Atlantica Online had one of the best, like, little sub-features, and that sub-feature was trading information. It would be amazing to me, absolutely unreal, if monster lexicons had to be researched, and then that information had to be traded among the players. Otherwise, you could do it two ways. You could do it where you don't know how to fight a mob until somebody has taught you how to fight the mob, which is fair. That's interesting. I didn't know that before. gate. Oh shit, he's underground. Wow, he is a brick shit house, man. Yeah. So I've got to be missing something. I've got to be missing part of the gameplay loop. Because I wasn't able to clear that one section where it says recover the chronotector's movement from the chrono gate. I'm wondering if I'm missing some like key component to my gameplay. Wish the frames weren't so cooked. Yeah, I don't disagree with you. What's the chrono gate and how do I enter it? The chrono gate is wherever the shit it was. It's, you gotta follow the river. It's like right around here. If you see the icon and it looks like it's on the side of the mountain, follow the river to it. You have a dash, but it's not, it doesn't seem like it's an iframe dash. So it seems like even when I dash, I get my ass kicked. What? Are you hurt? Then wait your turn. Otherwise, lend a hand. Ah, if it's a potion recipe you need, we can discuss that in private. I know you're busy, but please lend a hand. We need to save as many lives as possible. I just patched up a patient and was about to prescribe a strong potion, but we've run out. I need something potent to save these patients. Our supplies are running short with all the injuries from the recent battle. I need you to help brew more potions. How to craft and use recovery potions, page 1. Okay then. Gather herbs to brew health potions. Okay. Now I know that guy wasn't there before. It must be like die 15 times. Oh, now we'll teach you how to make potions. Either that or I'm a complete idiot and I missed something. I will be right back. Alrighty. Oh, I don't... That's terrible right there. This is another one of those things where I don't mean to be like a condescending prick, but that right here is terrible. There is absolutely no reason, because I'm not making big movements. It's not like I'm spinning all the way behind me. I mean, I'm barely moving the mouse and I'm getting these massive changes in the light. So that's no good. Yeah, they need to fix that. You guys saw earlier, I don't know if you saw, I was on the verge of having a seizure because I suffer from seizures and I know what triggers them. And it's changes in light like that. So I turned my shadows down. And then that didn't seem to fix it. That's why I can't play Warframe. Warframe is the only game in a long time. My wife respectfully requested that I stop playing because one night I was just downstairs playing Warframe and I started to have a headache and I was like, maybe I just have eye strain. I stood up, took about 4 steps, had a seizure, and was passed out on the floor. I'm like, nope, can't play that. It was the second time it had happened playing the game. I was like, I don't know what's up with the light combination. That's like Cyberpunk 2077 legitimately scared the shit out of me. Because I'm like, I'm not gonna not play the game, but thank you for letting me know that seizures are possible. And then that first time you're in Judy's chair and that fucking brain dance starts, I was like, oh fuck. Yeah, this is no good. This area right here is no good. This flipping shadow thing. Beta R. Yeah, this flipping shadow thing is fucking terrible. I'm gonna get out of this area. It seems to only be like right here. Yeah, that looks even worse. I don't know how you... Is there a setting to fix the light? No, I kind of took a look at it before. Shadow detail I saw. Yeah, it doesn't look like... that shouldn't be gamma. That should be controlled under shadows. But yeah, it doesn't look like they have gamma either. Motion blur intensity. Let's bump that down anyway. Leave that off for right now. Oh, look at that. That's so fucking terrible. And here's where I don't want to be a jerk. But you don't need to go into closed beta testing to know you have that problem. Like, are you telling me in all the internal playtesting you've not seen this shadow problem? Really? Because I would imagine that you've seen that shadow problem. So either you don't know about it, or you just don't give a shit about it. Use the alchemy workbench. Okay, I saw an alchemy bench earlier. Enchanter, equipment, transfer, bounty, bound stone, the inn, general goods, cooking. Oh, it's under the damn 2 icon. Derp. Yeah, it's clearly something, it's clearly a problem, and hopefully they do fix it. Okay, so these guys... What's up, kid? I'm famished. Have you ever cooked before? Just put it in the pot and boil it. Put it in a pot. Hearty porridge. Oh, hearty porridge gives hit point recovery per second 6 for 30 seconds. I didn't get Samurai Bringer. I don't have an infinite amount of free time. So it's on the list of things, but unfortunately it's not right at the top of the list. I've got to get this other website finished, because right now, without the website finished, it's blocking me from doing other projects. So I got to get that finished, and that will be worked on today, and hopefully should be done today. Gather some mushrooms. Okay, we'll get on mushrooms as well. So right now, let me try one thing. I just want to see. I want to see one thing real quick. Settings. Oh, I think from the video and your description of it, it's pretty good. Did that not save? Okay. So I have this set for maximum frame rate of 144. And I'm getting 65 frames per second. 59 frames per second. Take us back to that FPS discussion we were having earlier. There's no reason why I'm not. I should be getting 144 frames per second. I wonder if they have it hard capped at 60 for some reason for consoles. Use the alchemy bench to create some potions. Okay, now I'm understanding. Is it coming to console? Yes. It's a simultaneous global release for PC and console. So it could be that they have the frames per second capped at 40 for that specific reason. Always remember to have potions on hand. Good theory. Good theory. Wonder if the console has the same issue in the area you were in too. That actually would be a great thing that somebody would have to test when the console build comes out. Are they having the same shadow problem? So I have to go get mining level 2. Mining level 2 is the goal. I need sturdy lumber and leather to get a better bow. I need iron and sturdy lumber to get a better rapier. So let's go try to do that. Because doing that is less likely that I'll die again due to my terrible luck. I will say I'm not totally in love with the Ranger bow gameplay. I don't. I understand that in most MMOs, Ranger suffers from the problem early on, and then usually scales later. I get that. I acknowledge that. I'm also kind of salty because they didn't let you test Sorcerer in this build. And as I've said many times, when you control the data by limiting the gathering of data, you get useless data. Remember when Blizzard tested Diablo 4, and on the first testing weekend, they didn't allow you to play Necromancer. And so the servers were pretty much fine. And then the next testing window, they allowed everybody to play Necromancer, and the servers went to shit. Well, the servers went to shit because you had a disproportionate number of Necromancers, because not everybody who was playing Necromancer in the second testing weekend had any intention of playing Necromancer at live, but you hadn't allowed them to test Necromancer in the first testing. It's going to be kind of the same way here. Like, I don't want to say that this is good, because I need to be able to say it's good for these reasons. I don't want to say that it's bad, but it has a very bad initial gameplay loop. Its initial gameplay loop, as you've seen, is disconjointed. If you, like, as you saw, nothing drove me to the general merchant. And you don't have to drive a person there with an idiot light. You could add one teeny tiny piece of dialogue that says, come back to see me when you're mining level 2. By the way, you'll need to procure tools. The general store probably has some. Then at that point, at least I know that I'm looking for general tools. As opposed to, am I waiting to get to another level? Am I waiting to, is there a benchmark I'm waiting to get to? Like, what am I waiting to get to? I also am gonna say this, and I don't want to speak too harshly, because I don't know how many levels of gathering they have, but the fact that I can gather iron, maybe they don't have anything before iron. Maybe this game, because I haven't really looked at the crafting details. Normally you have the traditional evolution of copper, bronze, iron, steel, magical ore. Maybe they don't have that. I know New World didn't have that. How's the game's legs looking? I think Carthos said it best. This guy runs like he just discovered his knees. The game has good bones. The game has good bones. And it has a couple of, like, good organs. But there's a lot. There is a lot of improvement that needs to happen. As somebody said on the show already, a new MMO, glad to see it. I agree, a good MMO, great to see it. But I have this really bad feeling that the appeal of this game is going to be due to that nothing else is on the market, rather than this game being good. It's like when Throne and Liberty came out and people were like, oh, this is so good. No, it's not. When Bless Online came out, people were like, this is so good. No, it's not. It's that we're in a drought. Like, we're in an MMO drought right now. Something coming out doesn't make it good just because it came out. Lots of games can launch. Most of you have never heard of a game called Riders of Icarus. It launched. It was just fucking terrible. But the game has some bones. I'm gonna go back to that Chrono-tector movement in a little bit. I'm gonna see if whatever the issue was. Now what I will say is that the world feels dangerous. The world feels incredibly dangerous. Normally MMO games don't feel dangerous at all. But this one feels dangerous. Like, there is a threat to being here in the world. Oh, instantly recovers 10 vigor. Those are gonna be making a shit ton of those. We're trying to get to mining level 2 so that the guy will give me the next quest.
Somebody save me! Please! If anyone can hear me, make haste to the waterfall!
Make haste to the waterfall. Oh. He's not naked. He's got underwear on.
Take me with you. Worry
So
not.
this guy wants me
I
to
shan't slow you
obtain a
down.
keepsake. Okay. There's so much going on in this game. There's so much happening. Like, I'm not sure if this is a good thing. The hell was that? What the fuck? What? What is going on? So there's obviously something going on with the servers because, like, I jumped up the waterfall and it didn't kick me over into this cutscene. And then he didn't start moving until I jumped back towards him. And then it said the naked man is doing his shimmy wherever. So obviously their servers are having some sort of problem. When you perfect blocked an attack, you do a shit ton of damage. What class are you playing? Because I don't have a block. I don't have a block. I have a lunge. The warrior? Yeah, I don't have a I don't have a block. When I'm using a crossbow, I have a backflip. I feel slightly more alive with the fire going, and yet I wish to maintain at least a guise of propriety, so please keep your distance. This is for both our sakes. I'd be doubly grateful if you could find me something to wear. Those wretched thieves tossed them down the waterfall. Please check the bottom of the waterfall. Hopefully they're still there. You want me to check the bottom of the damn waterfall? It's Mimits. I'm Mimits. Can I show you to the people? This is my good boy that took about a year. Oh, easy, 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 easy. Mimits. Mimits. Hey, easy. We've worked on this. We've worked on this. There you go. Hi. Why are what? What? No people? He doesn't want to deal with people today. Yeah. I've been working with him for about a year to calm him the fuck down. He's a good boy, but he's a good boy, but he's a bit of a spaz. He's one of our rescues. We have the hardest and the second hardest rescues we've ever worked with at the Humane Society. We adopted both. So we got him at a week old, and they couldn't find his, well, I don't remember his story. I don't remember if his mom died or if they couldn't find his mom. Did I know that you can now lease a PS5? I did not know that you could lease a PS5. That sounds like stupidity to me. I'm not trying to be a dick. If you can't afford to buy a PlayStation 5 cash out of pocket, then you don't have the disposable time needed to be playing on a PlayStation 5 that you lease. And when people are like, I can't believe you actually said that, I'd be like, yeah, I said it because I lived it. Working a full-time job and a part-time job to get out of debt and not have anything hanging over my head. So that, well, not everybody can pull themselves up by their bootstraps. All right, we're gonna try this one more time. Recover the chronotector from the chrono gate. Alrighty, here we go. What's up, big uglies? What's up? Wow, that is taking quite a long time. Okay, defeat the 1,000 people. They must have this disabled. They don't want you to do it during the beta. They probably don't want like guides and stuff made. Although, then is it really a beta if you're not testing it? Yeah, I'm in the first Chrono Gate. They must not want you to be able to clear that. They got to fix that loading problem too. I don't know if anybody has seen any news about not being able to do it. The prices start at $10.99 a month, so I guess you can move to PlayStation 6 after 5 years. But they're about a 5-year cycle. You spend upwards of $650. Well, let's do... So that's 131 pound a year. And yeah, dollars, pounds, same thing. 499 euros. So 131 a year. So 499.99 divided by 131. Take you 3.8 years to pay off. There's got to be something missing in that equation. Like, I know that if you lease a PlayStation 5 through like Rent-A-Center, you end up paying close to $1,000. Yeah, do you own it after the term is a big question. A really, really big question. The boss is in there. The problem is you can't tell the door is a door. So go back in. The fuck is a door? What door is it? You would think that if I snapped the chronotector, it would be like, go that way, stupid. Okay. Go into the Chrono Gate, walk to the back, and hit E. Are you serious? Are you for real? Chocobo! Are you for real right now? You gotta be kidding me. Okay. 19-minute loading screens. I had a friend use me as a reference once for Rent-A-Center. And I gave him a reference. Then they stopped paying. They moved. Oh my god. That is so... They moved. Then Rent-A-Center called me. And they told me I was responsible. And I laughed. I was driving in traffic. I was stuck in rush hour traffic. So I was... You know that like mood you're in? I started fucking laughing and I couldn't stop. Holy shit, it's aliens. Where's Ripley? Ripley! It really is aliens. Look at that fucking head. That's a xenomorph queen right there. This person straight ripped this oh my god. Hey, you shut your pie hole. You shut your dirty pie hole. But no, the person's like, you're responsible. I fucking laughed at him. And then they were like, you can stop laughing now, which made me laugh even more. Times are you gonna attack in a row? Is it? Are you? Wow. That's ridiculous. The iframes on dodge are almost non-existent. I don't think it is an iframe dodge. I don't think it's an iframe dodge at all. I think it's just a placement. I think it's just a placement dodge. That's just unkind. Yeah, there's his I don't, and like I said, I don't have perfect block. Yeah, and the problem is I haven't leveled up my crossbow ability, so that's not gonna work either. But now that I know where the boss is, it's a skilled way to avoid damage. You have to hit the frame to take no damage. See, the truth is that if you're gonna make the dodge to that level of precision, then you're building a game that is for a very small group of people. I'm not saying that your iframe has to be as forgiving as Guild Wars 2, where it's like for the entire time you're in the role, you're immune. But and this is where the target audience is. Who are you building the game for? Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I understand that action players, and I get this, and I get it. I get it. I'm not trying to say that action combat players don't deserve an MMO. I want you to have an MMO. I want you to have an MMO that you love for two big reasons. Number one, you deserve to have an MMO that you love. Number two, if action combat players ever had an MMO that they loved, they'd get the fuck out of my tab target games. Like, real talk, no shit. I want you to have a game that's yours. I want you to have the perfect fusion of like BDO and ArcAge and whatever the fuck else it is you want, so you get the shit out of my games. Stop, like, we want more freeform. Shut up. Didn't ask you what you wanted. Like, go away. Like, you deserve a game. But if the threshold for combat, well, first of all, if Rail was able to do it because he has perfect block, but every class doesn't have perfect block, then how are classes that don't have perfect block supposed to do it? Now, if you can't beat it with bow and rapier, which I might be able to do it if I stayed in rapier, because I should be able to lunge, but I think it's a little early in the game, or maybe that's why it has the message. Like, the message is kind of like, you suck, go get more XP. But the crossbow, I would have to be, he would be almost right on top of me the whole time I'm using the crossbow. Maybe that's the point. Maybe as he goes to hit me, I use my evasion. You don't care if they're in your game, just stop fucking complaining about it. Well, yeah, but you know action combat players are incapable of not complaining about tab target games. And rightfully so. I understand why they complain so much. Because they don't have games of their own. Are you one to push the story or level in each area until it isn't feasible? Well, as you just saw, I'm trying to push the story. But I can't beat that guy. I can't beat that. There's no way. I got him to less. I got him to about half, and I'm sure at half he probably has, he probably has new mechanics at the halfway point. You still want to see more development in VR, but there's just no space in most people's play spaces, so it never gets to see the mainstream. The reason why there's no space in mainstream spaces is because, number one, the gear is prohibitively expensive. Number two, the technology that we have right now, you have to be rich. You have to be rich in order to be able to afford all the toys that you need to do VR appropriately. If you want to do VR appropriately, you need that thing that has like the harness on your back that stops you from jumping headlong into your TV. You need the 4 cameras minimum. You need the 4 sensors minimum in the 4 corners of your room. Like the room I'm in, I couldn't do VR in this room. I couldn't do VR in this room because I don't have a 4th corner. The room I'm in. Sorry, one mouse was hitting the other mouse. The room I'm in is like this. So I could put 3 of the sensors here, but this sensor would be a right pain in the ass to mount so that it goes that way properly. I mean, the little treadmill thing, they could improve the cage on it and have it full built into the thing that takes up the footprint of a gaming chair. Well, not really. Not really. It could take up the same footprint of some gaming chairs, but I have a very small gaming chair. My gaming chair is shit. My gaming chair is about 2 feet across. That's a really narrow. Even though I'm a fatty, I'm fatty this way. I'm not fatty this way. I'm fatty belly. I'm not fatty boom batty blobber not. So I didn't need to get a wider chair. I don't got a wide ass. I got a good living belly. What the fuck is going on over here? Do I still intend to play Ashes? I do not intend to play Ashes because I do not imagine that Ashes is going to align with my life. The VOD should be, but you don't have instant rewind. What I said was my chair, you said it'll take up the same footprint of a gaming chair. I said it'll take up the same footprint of some gaming chairs. My gaming chair is only 24 inches across. So that's pretty small. Give you the full dive Sword Art Online scenario. You know, this is gonna sound really weird. Has anybody else ever heard of Dungeons and Dragons done in Banff, where the other players at the table make your character sheet, and there's no limit on you're gonna start as a level 1, but your character is you. You all start as human, and basically people decide what skills you have. I don't know if you guys have ever played a campaign like that. That was one of our favorite campaigns, because once we made everybody's character sheet, we used to do this like Return to the World. Now, yeah, no one breaks shit down like I did, basically PowerPoint presentations. Here's the really the bitter pill to swallow, Hayes. I love doing the PowerPoint presentation style, but I hate reading all of the negative feedback that style gets. And so my response to it is always, why do people watch my content to leave me hate comments? Just don't fucking watch it. But what's amazing to me, what became really, really amazing to me, is people would criticize my style. But then fellow content creators were watching my video, saying almost the same fucking verbatim quote that I would have. Because let's be honest, I sound like a fucking AI. I don't sound human when I write a formal piece. And that's fine with me. I have no problem admitting I'm an overeducated neurodivergent who sounds like a computer. In fact, my AI has thrown back at me when I ask it to help me sound more human. When I said to my AI not long ago, I said, hey, that's a great piece of writing, but it sounds too much like an AI. It said, it sounds just like your writing. Holy shit. If there is a game, right? Well, honestly, you just put what commitments they made into a PowerPoint and tried to hold them accountable, but they just can't ever make the commitments. Right. When I did that Excel spreadsheet with Intrepid, and they were doing, this is what we're going to deliver, and then I had that Excel spreadsheet that was like, you're not hitting any of this. So what they do instead of delivering meaningful deadlines, they put a tweet out every day at 9 o'clock. And then they say, oh, well, us tweeting out at 9 o'clock is doing a daily update. No, the fuck it's not. Fucking stop. That's not a daily update. Because according to your marketing lead or your director of communications, you guys planned those out 6 months ago. So it's not timely updates. Like, stop bullshitting. But no, if I could find a game, you can set your respawn to an in. I don't know. I haven't checked. That's probably something I should check. That's another thing. You always held Steven and them accountable. I appreciated the honesty. You know what, Hayes? In the piece that you might not know, depending on the time frame, they canceled an interview with me because they got, again, to use millennial language, they got butthurt with how I was saying things. And as we all know, the moment somebody ever says to you, it's not what you're saying, it's how you're saying it. What they're telling you without saying it is it's how you're saying it. It's like when somebody says, with all due respect always precedes an inherently disrespectful comment. And you're trying to make it seem not disrespectful by saying, with all due respect. If you're being respectful, you don't have to say, with all due respect. I am dead ass they were butthurt. Because they sent me an unsigned cancellation. And then when I contacted Steven about it, he had the response of, well, what you have to understand about the way you do your content. I was like, so you agree with them? You wanted the interview canceled. Because if Steven, and then Steven's response was, well, it doesn't matter what I want. I can't be doing interviews with people that are offensive to the people that work for me. Great line by Sean Bean in the movie Troy. It's no offense to say a dead man is dead. It's not offensive to say to you, hey man, just to keep the record real, your team is fucking years late. And if you think me saying your team is years late is disrespectful, then you're living in Delulu land. Kind of like I knew you are because of how you do your taxes. I'm not gonna mess with him. Like, you think that you don't have to pay your taxes on time. That's an okay thing to think. But I think the state of California wants you to pay your taxes on time. Wow, he's tearing the shit out of him. Might jump in on that. Give him a little hand, throw him a little extra damage. That was like a way long time. Nope, I don't want to play with you up close. Okay, so Archer needs some love. I use Vigor for regular casts. So I use Vigor for regular casts. And I use Vigor for my specials. Archer needs some balance. Someone needs to hold aggro. I don't disagree with you. That was a little weird. That was a touch awkward. Unfortunately, that's not the asshole I needed to kill for my bounty. A giant cool as shit scorpion. I know a game with a sand one of those. Yeah, but do you know a game or a game in alpha? Because there's a difference. This is in beta. This is closer to launch, so therefore they get to have ownership of cool as shit scorpions. Because then you know how it works. Whoever launches first owns it. which I'm not trying to be confrontational. I will say this, with a little bit of tweaking, I don't think the difficulty of this game is off. If you watched my earliest YouTube videos, I used to talk about a metric called ease of gameplay. And I always used to have to preface it of, not is the game easy, is the game easy to play? This game is not easy, but this game also isn't easy to play. This game is relatively annoying as shit because I constantly feel like I have no idea what's going on. Like, you introduce me, and I know what Dark Soul players are going to say. Dark Soul players are going to say, well, you're used to that. I'm not used to that. I am not used to it as a gamer, as an MMORPGer. I am absolutely not used to the concept of following the main story quest. Being presented with something. This is the thing I can't do till lunch, yeah. I am not used to the idea of following the main story quest, getting to a boss or a sub-boss or an obstacle or an objective or whatever you want to call it, and then failing it, and then being told, go get stronger. And then everywhere I go, it seems like this game has explosive vomiting of like of new things to do, which I will say is kind of cool.
Used to be ours.
That there's
My wife's belongings must still be nearby.
a bunch of things to do.
Please, help me find them.
But there's like no logical progression. Is there open world PvP? There is open world PvP according to this nifty briefing sheet called Eden and optional PvP zones. But they're called optional PvP zones, which leads me to the standard. If it's an optional PvP zone, it's either really, really good in concept or it's really, really stupid in concept. If it's really, really good in concept, it means that there's meaningful stuff to go do there, but at the same time, it's no longer optional. Or it's really, really stupid in concept, where there's no point in going there, therefore nobody's gonna go there because there's no point. And then the PvPers, the sweaty tryhards living in mom's basement, yelling up the stairs, wanting more meatloaf, are gonna say, y'all a bunch of pussies because no one comes to the PvP zone. At the same time, I'm gonna say I also don't go to work for free either. That's my biggest gripe. What the hell am I supposed to be doing? Right, what the hell am I supposed to be doing?
At last. We found all of Melina's belongings.
I have not eaten
offer,
at the yacht
but
club.
I must repay your kindness.
My
Do
goal
find me
for
later.
eating around Disney is in about 5 years. In about 5 years, you're gonna see the start of my new blog and my new brand. It's gonna be Jalan in retirement. I'm getting a season pass to Universal and Disney, and I'm going to be a foodie, and I'm going to go to the Swan and Dolphin 23 times in 3 months, and I'm gonna eat at all 23 of their restaurants, because that's what I want to do in my retirement. But as far as right now, what does a season pass at Disney consist of? Me giving them about $1,300 and me being able to go there any day of the week, any day of the year I want. It was so good. I got this 22-ounce ribeye, best steak I've ever had. Depending on which place you ate at Disney, they have some amazing top-end restaurants. Absolutely amazing. Is it 1.3 thousand per month? No, per year. So 1,300 a year. Now, keep in mind, I go to Disney right now a lot because I'm building memories with my kid. I don't have a problem sharing this. I was one of those men, those toxic societal norms. Men don't get sick. Men don't go to the doctor. Men don't complain. Men don't talk about their health problems. And I wish I had, because it wasn't until I was in a lot of pain I went back to the doctor. And now they're trying to figure out if they can save my feet and my left hand. I will say this. If you're in pain as a man, go to the fucking doctor. Fuck what people say. Oh, I can't believe you went to the doctor. Are you some sort of pussy? Yeah, I'm the pussy with 2 hands and two feet. Like, I may lose both my feet and my left hand. And there ain't a fucking damn thing they can do. I had my blood work again yesterday. And I'm waiting for the results. It takes about a week to get the results of some of those testing because it just takes that long to run the blood work. They can't figure out why I have neuropathy in both my feet and my hand. I don't have... My sugars are good. My A1C is fine. But my fasting glucose is like 70 or 80 points higher than it should be. My B6 is through the roof. I'm off my supplement. I'm hoping that it comes back normal. If you're a guy, go to the fucking doctor. Don't be me. If you're a young guy, don't be me. Don't be stupid. Go to the fucking doctor. Yeah, deep dive gaming it is. Yeah, deep dive it is. So I need a piece of leather and a piece of sturdy lumber. Piece of leather and a piece of sturdy lumber. Piece of leather, and I don't have that. And a piece of sturdy lumber. I do have that. So I need a piece of leather. So I can either get scaled leather or I can get rawhide. I'll be right back. All right. So we need to get rawhide or scaled. We have 1 mastery point. Well, we're going to take basic damage. We don't have any more for bow, and we don't have any for crossbow. Zio Xingjiang. Well, Zio Xingjiang. Can I cook anything? I need to go fishing. Or I need to get pumpkins. Or I need, yeah, fishing or let's go deliver this guy back his clothes, I think. Yeah, that's a cool little feature. Worried I got this or that, like I'm gonna have prostate cancer or some shit. Well, if you're over the age of 40, it's time for that uncomfortable exam. Which I tell men, once you turn 40, go have the exam, because it's not a comfortable exam. It's not fun preparing for the exam, but better to find out early on, because colon cancer will kill you in a hurry. Yeah, 42, it's time. It's time to go get the prostate checked and check the colon. Appeared behind me. Academy cloak. Okay. Okay, so we can build a campfire to take a quick break. The Academy cloak. Okay. Hold on. That is too... I don't care about stamina. I care about vigor. That's a nice looking cloak. Okay. So we need rawhide or scaly. What's this guy want me to do now? The Chrono Gate. Well, I can't clear that. Local quest. Okay, we'll go turn this quest into this guy. Huh. Yeah, he had clothes. Who are you stealing from? Wait. Why am I coming? What am I? Talk to Hans. It's Hans. Oh, Hans, baby. What you doing over here, Hansi? I left you in the woods for a reason. So, I'm gonna say this, and this is probably gonna be controversial. I like the speed that this game is going. Where did Hans go? I like the speed the game is going. Not a lot of time stuff so far. Well, there has been, and remember, there'll be more. There would be more, but I can't clear one of the pieces. What's the deal with... Is this Hans? Hi, Hansi. What's the deal with pay to win? I don't know, because they don't have the cash shop in the game. They've sworn up and down that there's no pay to win. What? Did he just fucking off himself? I like this. This is kind of cool. Bro was done with this shit. I'm gonna say that right there, that little tiny, this little tiny piece makes me happy. This little tiny piece where it, you have like named tools. Most of the time tools are forgotten about. That's really cool. You went to a farm, you got a custom sickle from his wife. I think that's cool as shit. I think that's a great thing that we don't see enough in games. I know combat players are going to be like, who cares about the crafters? Who cares about the gatherers? You do. You care about them. No, I don't. Where'd you get your armor? The auction house. Who the fuck made it, genius? Alrighty. I wish that I could be an oversized child all day. However, I can't. I have to work on a website. I've got to get a website done. I at least a piece of it finished. How the fuck do you log out? Okay, I'm gonna show you this, and maybe I'm just stupid and I accept that. Normally when you hit escape, there'll be like a log out. Am I dumb? Does anybody know where the motherfuck log out is? Where the motherfuckers log out? I want to leave. How the fuck do I log out of this game? Yeah. Setting? Yeah, named parties. Well, no, that's a guild. Parties. Yeah, party name. So that when you find a party, you know whose party you're looking for. Where? All right, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Alt F4, yeah, it's Alt F4 it is, motherfucker. How the fuck do you not have a logout button? All right. Yes, I am on my way down to eat. I understand. I need to put the food in me. I'm on my way. You may see my stream, my come back live in a little bit. I'm not coming back. I need to debug something. I'm building functional tools for my stream. So if you see me come back on today, it's me working. You can hang out. You'll see me embarrass myself. Other than that, I am going to stream a lot tomorrow. I'm going to stick with Chrono-Odyssey tomorrow. Now, if I do get done with all of my work today, I'm going to play some Chrono-Odyssey, but I won't be streaming it. I'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow, though.